So all of us, we must come in. Let us come in, all of us. Let us come. I heard Mkatini was speaking on 1 KZN. Until we find the right vehicle, we'll never fail to search. That was Mkatini was saying. But this is the right vehicle. This is the right vehicle. The vehicle that is listening to the people. Not the vehicle that is telling the people. We are in a right vehicle. So all of us, we must listen, we must speak to the leadership. Leadership is not here to talk to us in terms of telling us what we must do, but the leadership is here to listen to us. In this region, some of them, they are calling it Moses Mapita. We respect that guy, but we call it Umkungundlov region. So all of us, we must listen attentively. Please come. Oh, okay. The leadership is about to come. Katini, the leadership is here.
Mayibuye sechenzelwa halala halala ya sechenze Mayibuye sechenzelwa halala ya sechenze sithi halala halala ya sechenze sithi halala halala ya sechenze Mayibuye ya sechenzelwa halala ya sechenze Mayibuye ya sechenzelwa halala ya sechenze sithi halala halala ya sechenze sithi halala halala ya sechenze Mayibuye ya sechenzelwa halala ya sechenze Mayibuye ya sechenzelwa halala ya sechenze sithi halala halala ya sechenze sithi halala halala KZN ya sechenzelwa halala ya sechenze KZN ya sechenzelwa halala ya sechenze sithi halala halala ya sechenze sithi halala halala ya sechenze Mayibuye ya sechenzelwa halala Mayibuye ya sechenzelwa halala ya sechenze sithi halala halala ya sechenze sithi halala halala ya sechenze Mayibuye amsizwe izandla halala halala Mayibuye ya sechenzelwa halala ya sechenzelwa
Amandla Mayibuye iAfrika Mayibuye iAfrika siyabingelela upresident wethu siphinde sibingelele he had in the president's committee ucomrade uNombuso Mkhize, sibingelele uArchbishop Zondo oyi General Chaplain ku National, siphinde sibingelele uDeputy President ophinde abe nguPresident weMawusa, sibingelele uComrade the leader our TG uComrade uMagubane, siphinde sibingelele national organizer, siphinde sibingelele no deputy organizer. There is our comrade in my far left, Comrade Abdul. He is with us as well, and the chairperson of the Youth League at national level on my far left. Siyanibingelela comrades, my name is Nomsa Kamashobane Sibisi. I am the chairperson of KwaZulu-Natal province under Mayibuye consultation process. What I'm going to do la phambili akukuningi. I'm here to welcome our national leadership and to welcome you and to welcome the pastors who are here. We welcome abogogo nomkhulu inyanga. We welcome ama volunteer etu. We welcome omama no baba abakhona neintombi no bhuti abakhona phakathi kwethu. Ngithi nje ngiyanamukela, ngicela nikikize nishayile izandla ngokuthi namhlanje you decided to come and be here with us on a Monday. We appreciate that as Mayibuye. Ngithi ke sanibonani, dumelang, molweni, good afternoon or good midday or good morning. It is my greatest honor to first and foremost acknowledge and welcome our President, Honorable Floyd Shivambu. Sithi Mnumzane uMengameli, your presence here in KwaZulu-Natal is more than a visit. It is a statement of faith in our people and in the work we are building together. On behalf of this province, we thank you and your leadership, your vision, and your commitment to the cause that binds us all. To our respected national leadership, our fellow Mayibuye legs from across the nation, our tireless volunteers, our committed members, our powerful women under Women's Commission, our honored church leaders, our reverend, our traditional leaders, and every heart that beats with the rhythm of progress. Ngiyanamukela. I welcome you all home in KwaZulu-Natal. KwaZulu-Natal is not just a province, it is a story written in the courage of our ancestors, the resilience of our people, and the promise of our future. And today we gather here not just a meeting, but for a movement. The Mayibuye consultation process is not another name on the letterhead. It is the living expression of unity. Our vision and action. It is a call To every South African who believes that dignity, opportunity, and justice are not privileges for the few, but rights for all. Today's gathering is proof that we are more than a structure. We are a force, and a force with a mission. The presence of our national leaders here in KZN is not just an honor, it is a reaffirmation that what we build here echoes across provinces, shaping the destiny of our beloved country. To our volunteers who are here today, to our members who are here today, to the pastors, the church leaders, religious leaders, you are hands and feet of this movement. You are the ones who turn vision into reality, dreams into deliverables. To our women leaders, you are not just the backbone of our movement, you are its heartbeat. To our traditional and church leaders, your wisdom anchors us, reminds us that true progress honors the past while building the future. Colleagues, friends, and comrades, I stand here as a servant of the people, not because leadership is a title I hold, but because it is a responsibility I live. We gather at a time when the challenges facing our community are great, but so too is our determination. Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, our honorable leadership. As a family, we stand together, we win together, and we work together. Thank you. At this moment, ngicela kusondele ubaba uZondo, General Chaplain at the national level, to come and give us the purpose of the day and just address us a bit. Amen.
Amandla. Hayi angizwanga abafundisi. Amandla. Awethu. Mata. Dikrach. Power to the people. Thank you very much, convener of the province. We really appreciate inspiring and provoking words that you welcome us with. We feel welcome also. Thank you very much. And also let me acknowledge the presence of our president and the whole leadership that is here today. Just before we can go anywhere, we have now to open this session with prayer. So I'm going to invite to the fourth Imam Zachariah to come and stand here because we are going to pray. And also the Hindu priest Ravin Bechu, and also I would like to invite our one of the traditional churches in here, Babu Ngolonga from Kwashembe. Yes. And by saying Makize, okay, Bamkize, ezingaphambili. Nizosivulela ngomkhuleko ningakhohlwa namhlanje it's a religious meeting eyethu le nto inkonzo yethu namhlanje. So we are going to be opening this session in prayer.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most beneficent. Peace and salutations to our beloved master and leader, Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. All praise to Allah, Lord of the worlds, the most gracious, the most merciful, master of the day of judgment. It is you we worship, and upon you we call for help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those you have blessed and not of those who have angered you. Ameen.
Namaste, Sanbanani Dumalang. Protocol to all present. Let's bow our head. Om Bhurabhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yo Na Prashodaya Om Bhurabhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yo Na Prashodaya Om Bhurabhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yo Na Prashodaya Om Asatoma Satgamaya Tamosuma Jyoti Gamaya Mitruma Amritam Gamaya Om Shanti 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 Om. Peace be upon everybody here. Thank you.
Amanda I-Africa Mayibuye Nkosi yethu Simakade Sime Pambe Ngicela sibonge uNkulunkulu onomsa, uNkulunkulu onothando, Nkosi engcwele yasekuphakameni. Baba siyabonga lomsa nalolu suku ukuthi sihlangane ngemizwa yesizwe sakithi. Siyacela ke Nkosi ukuba ubusise ukuhlangana kwethu singabanikazi balelizwe. Siyacela Nkosi ukubika abaholi osinike bona ukuthi ubaphe ubuhlakani, ubaphe Nkosi nesibindi, ubavikele Nkosi kuzo zonke izinkinga nezingozi ezikhona kulolu hambo abaliqalayo. Siyacela ke Nkosi uma kuqalwa le movement ukuthi ube khona bazi nabaholi ukuthi ngaphandle kokuletha umdalo wezulu nomhlaba lendlela angeke yahambeka. Sicela lo umsake nalolo thando ngelakho igama Baba kuzobe phakathi. Amen.
Kanye nawe Nkosi yami kanye nawe Nkosi yami mangiya mihla yonke kanye nawe Nkosi yami lilungile jokwelakho awuhluphi thwalo wona lomiya bonga isamba kanye nawe Nkosi yami ungcwele wena wedwa baba egameni likaKristu Jesu waseNazaretha. Nangalesikhathi baba siza kuwe uNkulunkulu wethu ongcwele, nangalesikhathi baba siphakamisa izandla izingcwele kuwe, sithi akekho baba ofana nawe, akekho njenganawe, akekho futhi nokulinganiswa. Igama likaKristu Jesu yena yedwa inkosi yamakhosi. Baba naye uNkulunkulu namandla umhlangano okhona uNkulunkulu nomusa, abaholi besuka le nale besuka phezulu kunational besivakashele uNkulunkulu namandla ukuzozwa izimvo zethu nalenhlangano uNkulunkulu wethu ongcwele bezolalela ukuthi thina sithini. Baba vula izindebe zabo balalele, uvule izinhliziyo zabo bamukele egameni likaKristu Jesu waseNazaretha. Baba iba nathi sonke kulomhlangano uqhubeke ngendlela uNkulunkulu namandla efunwa nguwe ngoKristu Jesu yena yedwa inkosi. Amen.
Siyabonga uNkulunkulu, sivala konke ngengadi ekaKristu Jesu. Let me say first of all, thank you very much to the leadership of the province for helping us to put this together. My name is Archbishop Zondo. I come from Gauteng to the place called Everton. Now Everton is between orange farms and small farms. That's where I come from. In Mayibuye, I'm the chaplain general of Mayibuye. So I'm all your host here today. But allow me just to introduce officially our national leadership, or the official leadership that have come here today. We have here, first of all, we've got a gentleman here called Mr. Nico Floyd Shivambo, who is the president of Mayibuye consultation process. We are honored to have him among us. Sifila sibancane kodwa hey usenzile ukuthi abe khona la. Siyabonga. And as deputy president ubaba Robert uyi president futhi yeMawusa. eMawusa it's inhlangano emele laba abantu enibabona la emgwaqweni abo EPWE and nabo security nalabo abasebenza emakhishini. Uyena ke ophethe leyo nhlangano. Kusho ukuthi njengoba nikhona la seniyazi ukuthi kukhona umuntu onganimela ke omunye wabameli babantu abasebenza kuleyo msebenzi leyo. So ningamthinta manisuka la. Futhi ke futhi sine ihead ye presidency yethu lapha umama umkhize cela ukuthi asukume. And then futhi lapha ngaphathi kwethu sino ubaba uMenzi Magubane yena o treasurer general wethu ngicela ukuthi asukume nimbone. No baba wethu lapho Patrick Sindane uorganizer national. And then isekela lakhe ke deputy national organizer uLindy Spice. Then bese siza ku ubabe umzwandile Goge. Is the head here mobilization. Angazi na ukuphi na nang lapha. iAfrica. Mayibuye. And then sina futhi national convener ye Youth League. Bakhona lapha national nabantu abasha bahamba nathi. Okay onto kanje ke amkhetswe Masike. Futhi ngaphakathi kwethu sino national coordinator ye Youth League igama lakhe uVanessa Molautsi. And then ke uma ungabhalwanga lapha ke kimina ke ngiyakwamkela nawe kakhulukhulu. You are our rightful audience and our leadership in the area. We welcome you. Siyabonga kwamanje ke bakithi ngizonikeza umfowethu baba Magubane uyena ozosihambisela usuku la namuhla. Uyena ke manje ozokwenza nje kuphela ukuthi abesekeletha ubaba ozositshela ukuthi why sikhona la. Bafowethu masikhulumeni. Let us talk and be open and frank. Be open and frank. Kodwa ungakhohlwa ke uhloniphe futhi. Thank you.
Amandla. I'm greeting you all, people of Pietermaritzburg. I'm greeting all the religious leaders that are with us today. And thanks a lot to decide to be with us. Sibonga kakhulu because miningi imisebenzi bekufanele ngabe niyenzile, but you decided to take this day and sit with us and share and consult with us. Because we are here to listen from you, the different experiences, the different pleas from you. So that is why we decided to be here. We've got even the traditional leaders amongst us and the traditional healers too. I'm greeting all of you. Before we start our day of listening from you, I would like to ask a provincial coordinator to come and introduce the provincial leadership of KwaZulu-Natal, because scenario is structure that is already leading us here in KwaZulu-Natal. Comrade Pasha.
Amandla. Amandla. Mayibuye. iAfrica. I greet you all, Andile Pahlalo, coordinator for the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm humbled by my national leaders being here. Thank you, leaders. I greet all the spiritual leaders in front of us. Sanborn. I'd like to introduce uhlalo wami coordinator ukamashobani the SBC. She is Mayibuye. Thank you. I'd like to introduce Deputy Coordinator, Deputy Convener, Comrade Vusi Khoza. Thank you, leadership. Spokesperson of the province, Gimbonile, I just can't track him down. Spokesperson. Thank you. And then leadership here too, our treasurer. She's there next to my convener, Sumaya Khan. Africa. Thank you, leadership. TG, I'd like to hand over to you. Our organizers are still on the field. Belungisa, our next projects. Thank you. Mayibuye.
I would like to acknowledge another religious leader that is serving on the national consultation team. That is Comrade Abdul. He must stand up and just greet me. Thanks a lot, comrade. Without wasting time, I would love to call upon our national convener, President Floyd Shivambo, to come forward and take us through in everything that we'll be doing and brief us. Comrade Floyd.
Amandla Mayibuye Africa Mayibuye Africa. Now, thank you very much, fundraiser general of the Africa Mayibuye movement, Comrade Menzima Guban. I want to take this opportunity to greet the religious leaders that have joined us and the volunteers that have joined us for Africa Mayibuye movement. The leadership has been acknowledged. I realized that the national code need, I think he was a bit delayed somewhere, was not acknowledged. Spepile Mahlaba and the member of the national consultation team, Mzwaki Pulo as well. He's from here in Mgungundlovu, in Msunduzi. Thank you very much, comrades and the people of Mgungundlovu, the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We are starting today as the leadership of Africa Mayibuye movement on a consultation process in the last province we are visiting, after having visited all the other 8 provinces. So today we are starting the consultation process here in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and we are going to be here until Monday the 18th of August 2025. So in the morning earlier we had interaction with a care center just opposite where we are here. It's called Talenti Kumi, which is looking after children with disabilities. So the leadership of Africa Mayibuye went to interact with the leadership of the child care center and provided some basic assistance on some of the things which the Child Care Center needed on behalf of Africa Mayibuye movement, because foundationally Africa Mayibuye is an organization that is not just about talking. It's about responding to the aspirations, interests, and needs of our people. And we made a commitment there that it will not be the last time that Africa Mayibuye movement visits Talenti, Kumi, and many other areas that need immediate assistance. And as part of our program, we are here now to meet with the religious leaders from different religions, from the African independent churches, from the mainstream or Protestant Christian churches, from those who believe in the African traditional religious systems, from those who believe in the Hindu religious stream, from those who believe in Islam. We had thought that before we could go and listen to the entirety of the people of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we should listen to you. Tomorrow we are going to be listening to different traditional leaders in the Zululand region, where traditional leaders from Ulundi, from Nongoma, from Etumbe, from Abatulus will join us to give input as to what they think should happen with Mayibuye, because we are genuinely listening to the people of South Africa on the process of founding a political movement which will have a political party to contest elections on behalf of the people of South Africa, not on behalf of the leadership, not on behalf of a group of friends, not on behalf of any family. So we are in the process of listening to all the people of South Africa to shape the nature, the character, the form, the direction, and content of a political movement. So we are here to listen to all of you in terms of the views. On the other day, the day after tomorrow, we will be listening to traditional leaders as well in the region of Mkanyakude. So traditional leaders from Jozini, from Big Five Hlabisa, where Hlutliwe is, from Tuba and from Hlabalingan, are going to give us perspective on what is their contribution to the Mayibuye process. And then on Sunday, we are going to have to listen to all the volunteers of Africa Mayibuye in the whole of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. As far as we are concerned, with the assurance that we got from our fundraiser general, Menzima Gubani, is that there is transport arrangement that is being made for all the regions from Zinyati, Utukela, Amajuba, here in Mgungundluvu, Ilembe, Ugu, King Tetwayo, and eThekwini, that all the volunteers are going to gather in eThekwini, and all the zones of eThekwini as well, those who have expressed the interest to volunteer, are going to then gather in eThekwini to give the final perspective as to what should be the nature and character of Africa Mayibuye movement from all the regions. I purposefully did not mention the two regions far north of Zululand and Mkanyakude, because the arrangement and the expectation is that when the leadership is in Mkanyakude and is in Zululand, the volunteers will join into those programs, and the other regions will gather in eThekwini on Sunday. And then on Monday, the 18th of August 2025, the entire leadership of Africa Mayibuye movement will be meeting with Indlulamit Isilo Samabandla Wonke, the King Mrs. Zulukazulitini, whom we hold in high regard. So we are going to be meeting him, and we will indicate if that gathering will be open to members of the media, because we cannot leave the province of KwaZulu-Natal without having interacted with Ndlulamiti, the king of the Zulu nation. So we are going to have that interaction. So by the time we leave the province, we will be having a clearer view and perspective as to how do we move forward, what is to be done. This province is confronted with a variety of challenges, and there have been multiple and different political formations. It's one of the very few provinces where municipalities could shift from one political party to another, but the lives of our people have not changed meaningfully. There is still multiple crises of water supply in almost all the municipalities in Mzinyati, of Ndomini, of Nutu, of Umvuti. There is a crisis of water in all the municipalities of Mkanyakude. Despite a very huge dam of Jozini, if anything, that water is being taken to start some of the water projects in Zululand in Nongoma. But the people of Mkanyakude still have huge crises of water supply. All the municipalities of Mgungundlovu, inclusive of here in Msunduzi, there is no government. There has never been a credible government here in Msunduzi, in Mshwati, in Mbendle, and all the areas. And that is the reason why we are coming to listen to the people of KwaZulu-Natal to give us perspective and also to shape a movement. We are purposefully not going to start a political organization and announce it publicly before we listen to all the views and perspectives. It will only after we have consolidated the perspectives and views that we will be able to announce a political movement which will have a political party to bring about real emancipation and freedom to the people of South Africa. So whatever contribution that we're going to make, all of us here, let us take into heart that we are shaping our own future, because in Mayibuye we have internalized and live by the principle and dictum that there is no single individual who can liberate the people. The people will and should always liberate themselves. People are just but change agents, but the people are the ones who must set the agenda of what type of a movement do we want to change the lives of our people. And the reason why we want this movement to be shaped by the inputs and views of all the people is because we have taken note of all other formations that are run as cults, that are run as formations of group of friends or as family projects. They tend to prioritize their own interest at the expense of the people of South Africa, at the expense of all the people. So we're here with all humility to come to listen to all of you, to say, give us perspective, give us a view as to what kind of an organization and formation we should constitute so that it becomes a vessel for change. It becomes a vehicle for transformation. It becomes a fighting instrument on the hands of those that cannot fight for themselves. So ladies and gentlemen, the people of KwaZulu-Natal who are here to listen, we are not here to give long speeches. Our task, all of us here today, is to listen, and let us have the comfort to speak in whatever language that we're comfortable with, because the fortunate coincidence of all of us is that we understand eloquently. I don't know if understanding of language can be eloquent, but eloquently we do understand all the languages, and we'll be able to take notes from all of you in terms of all the inputs that are going to be given in this platform today. So I'm going to hand over back to our fundraiser general, Menzima Gubani, to facilitate the teaching. Let us speak openly, let us give perspective, and then let us not be scared of anything. There is no one who is going to do anything to anyone for the views that they express in this platform. It's a protected space. You can say anything that we have to say, so that you shape the future, you shape a movement that must bring about true liberation. Thank you very much, comrades, and we appreciate that you came in your numbers. Siyabonga.
Thanks a lot from our national convener, and I'm very sorry I never realized that our national coordinator is also here by not acknowledging him. Okay, so I think you can hear me now. Yes, thank you. Comrades, let me not waste time. This session of listening from the religious leaders and from the volunteers, it's not for the first time. We had a similar session in the province of Gauteng where all the religious leaders were there, but now we are here to give an ear to the KZN religious or spiritual leaders and the volunteers right now. So comrades, will start by taking hands. Let me start from this side, from the camera towards the side. Comrade National Mobilizer will be helping me with the microphone. Let me note hands first. I will take 5 hands. Then from there, I will be happy if I can see females talking today. 1, 2, 3. Where is number 4 and 5? Or 4. Where is number 5? 5. Okay. We are starting there. Number. Yes. So, comrades, when you talk, you start by introducing yourself. Who are you? Name and surname. From which region, sub-region, and the ward. Then we'll take it from there. Let's start with yes, number 1 is here.
Hello to everybody. I am Mrs. Singh. I am coming from Ward 29, that is Copesville in Pietermaritzburg. Our plea is that in Copesville we have 5 churches and 1 mosque. But we've been trying from the year 2013 to try and get a temple in Copesville, which has been unsuccessful. We have approached the councillor, we've been to human settlements, we have letters and everything. We have followed protocol. But right up to now, we do not have a place where we can go to pray. And our community is very poor. They're very poor. They don't have the funds to travel out to go to pray. So currently, I have been consulting with Mr. Koke, Mr. Sobanile. We've done everything that they asked us to do, registered the organization. We have went to the municipality. We have plots there that we need to have our temple built on there. But right now in Copesville, they are building low-cost houses. So every day on a spare plot, there's a house coming up. So it's our urgency is that we need to start immediately, like yesterday, before the plot gets plowed down and low-cost housing goes, be built on it. So we are very, very desperate right now. We need your help as urgently as possible. If you can please help us to get a worship site there in Copesville. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 2.
Ngokukhulu ukuthobeka ngizocela ukusukuma angibingelele umengameli weAfrica Mayibuye movement nomgogodla wakhe spinal cord. Mengameli ngicela ungalishintshi leli committee ngoba this chopping and changing it discourage umphakathi. Lo khulumayo uBishop Msomi wesambulo sezwi lakhe his word Revelation Church ngisempofana sub-region eMoyi River ku Ward 3 ngihamba nobaba uZakwe okuyena ofacilitate ukuthi size sifikela i-challenge esinayo njengabafundisi yintsha. Ingane zethu seziphenduke amaphara, the junkies. It's pathetic. uJesu ku Mark chapter 10 baba uZondo mhlonishwa archbishop wami. uJesu ku Mark chapter 10 verse 13 uthi allow the children to come to me for the kingdom of God is for such as these. Vumelana abantwana bezikimi ngoba umbuso kaJehova ungwabanjalo. Sizothandaza kanjani sabafundisa ingane ezinje. Mayibuye River, I'm with 14, let me say 11 or 9, 10, 11 young people esizenabo la president. Sati come here so that you'll hear for yourself. Ngoba manga abesikhuluma sigcwela manga also politic bagcwela manga. Ingane zibamba into engekho. Ubaba emidrand umengameli weAfrica Mayibuye movement uthe ngizokwenza i-consultation process. Ngibone ukuthi ngempela iyadingeka yini enye inhlangano. Yebo mengameli iyadingeka. Ngihlale Soweto 32 years. Ngithola inkinga la eNatal kunesifo se-ethnocentrism. Ngolimi lwasemajaldini mawukhule ngesingisi esilula bathi tribalism ayikho leyo nto. Ethnocentrism uma ufika eSoweto ba streetwise abantu bakhona ukhuluma noma yipi language akekho zoku-isolate. I've lived there president for 32 years. Uyamuzwa umZulu lo uyarelate kuye. Then come to KZN. Sinalenta ukuthi hayi lo muntu ufuna. President has been a victim of that. We lost him kuleya party. Njoba ngila sengimayibuye baba. Asisukumeleni abantwana bethu subazame sibe closer to our children. Uzosichasa ubaba. Sithola amasuphu sibanike imidlalo yebhola baphile abantwana. Vumelani abantwana bezekimi ngoba umbuso kaNkuluNkulu ngwabanjalo. Ayikho isonto esothi siyakhuleka ingane bezibhuqabhuqa endlala phambi kwethu. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga baba. Baba uBishop Msomi siyabonga kakhulu. Where is our number 3? Singakhohlwa, you introduce yourself, name and surname, where you coming from, then you address us.
Ngithatha lethuba ukuthi ngibingelele kwi leadership yethu lokhulumayo ubheki wakacele. Ngicela ngingacabangi lo cele lo munye akusiyena ke lo. Ngicabanga ukuthi ngcono kakhulu kunalokho. But yes, ubheki original from Umlazi in Durban, but ngibased lana ePMP just around la ekuwona nje lomgwaqo sikuwona ngenxa yokuzama impilo. Firstly, ngizithanda ukubingelela ababishopi, religious leaders and everyone who's here today. President, comrade president. when you joined this other party, I remember I had some reservations for you. I was so worried because of the wisdom that I saw from you. So particularly I understood ukuthi into yakubeka kakhulu ukuthi sihambisa sasicabangela ukuthi kuyilokho ekufanele sikwenzile komphakathi yethu. But I'm very happy today that you're here, President, and please make no mistake, awenzanga iphutha to start this consultation. Awenzanga iphutha. Kwemshayela ihlombe futhi. I'm happy because we leadership yakho, I'm just saying ubuse ngibaziyo, which I respect a lot. Mama Mkhize, your wisdom, I know. Your wisdom, I know. Vusi, babu bukuku vusi, cause. I know those people. Kafishane njena ngibongela thina sisonke ke ma comrade amahle ukuthi sishuze kahle ukuthi sizongena kule Africa movement ngoba I know what way it's going, and siyafisa ukuthi sikusho lo comrade president ukuthi kukona konke la sesihambe khona sihambe sibuka kwenzeka. I-leadership esidingayo leadership ezolidwa yithina. I-leadership esidingayo i-leadership that will be led by us as masses. Asifuni leadership ezothatha ishonele enkandla yocabanga ukuthi iqembelayo. Hope you understand what I mean. So we need that leadership. Ngizama ukuthi ngakho umhlahlandele ukuthi this is what exactly we're expecting from you. Be transparent. We just need transparent from you guys. We just need honest. We just need our leaders as to be open and as to be able to communicate with us. Without communicating with your people, I can bet you this will never go anywhere. So there's a kind of leadership that we need from you. He's talking about ingane zethu. He's talking about abantu abasha. And abantu abasha bethu namhlanje, they are so lost because of what? Poor leadership. Lago Africa Mayibuye, from what I've seen since I'm here, with the leadership here province, although Singagazi included now and then, but with the platform that we have, with Mama Shoban, I can bet you, President, which we are led in this province. And I believe, because of the leadership that we're seeing in front of us today, starting from today, there is a hope. And there is a hope in South Africa, there is a hope in Africa. And in ngalawo mazwe amafishane ngithi mongameli, leadership national and provincial, take us forward. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Siyabonga kakhulu. Up number 4. Number 4. Oh, that is number 5. Number 4 la. Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
Thank you, TG. Asibingelele ubuholi bonke igama usiboniso. Usiboniso ngwakwambamba isibongo khona la eMgungundlovu ku 34 under umsunduzi. Thank you, National Convener, for this process. TG nginembuzo nyana nje mhlambe embadlwana enzophuthumise. Number 1, ngiyafisa ukwazi ukuthi as iMayibuye Africa abefundisi specifically have been used across wonke ama political parties kakhulu, one, to mobilize ama masses, and when the political parties have reached indawo kade beyifuna bese beyakhohlwa befundisi. Now ngiyafisa ukwazi ke ukuthi what is the position and the attitude of Mayibuye towards faith-based formations, but specifically the Christian faith, ukuthi nizothini kubefundisi. That's number 1. Number 2, South Africa has passed imithetho eminingi before engahambisani nenkolo yobuKristu.
emningi yayo siyayazi including into zo abortion namalungelo eingane ezincane ukuthi zingenza noma kanjani and same sex marriages and a whole lot of other things imayibuye ke uma isingenile emandleni as a governing party, what is their position towards such laws that were passed before? And without some of those laws are a result of izwe lethu libe lento eliyona namhlanje. And another question ke mhlawumbe ukuthi, does Mayibuye have a clear plan to take people of this country out of our social grant dependency? Ngibona statement seMayibuye izolo that speaks about a rise in unemployment, especially amongst youth of this country. What are you saying to the young people as Mayibuye? What is Mayibuye's attitude? That is my number 4, towards illegal immigrants of this country. Not only the ones from Africa, but we've got illegal immigrants from across the globe. Now if focus to mezobagila base Africa kuphela kuba lula ukuthi ilabelishwe as something else, which is not. Maybe my second to last would be, where does Mayibuye stand when it comes to BRICS and also the idea of a united Africa as one continent? And my very last one, where does one join the movement?
Siyabonga kakhulu mfundisi wami. Number 5 there.
Ngicela ukubingelela kakhulukazi ngiqale ngokuzi introduce ngoLinda wakamngadi ku Ward 16 eMbali Unit J. Ngicela ukubonga kakhulu ngiqale ngiphakamise umongameli we-movement uFloyd Shivambu. Ngiyaqala ukuthi ngibe sendlini eyodwa kanye naye bese ngibingelela lonke ithimba, the whole panel and all the protocols observed. So ngithi ke mina, we have challenges, especially la eMaritzburg. Singakaphumeli nje South Africa iyonkana. So we are looking at issues pertaining to supply electricity ezindaweni esihlala kuzona la in the townships and the outskirts, and then also the water supply. There are a lot of inconsistencies when it comes to supply. So siyafisa kakhulu kwazi ukuthi i-movement yethu isithembisani in terms of ukushintsha izinto, as we have actually seen a rise in unemployment rate, where a 200,000 number has been observed in the unemployment sector. So also we are looking at our generation and our kids as well, where they are academics but they do not have employment. We have seen even doctors picketing nabo because of the concern unemployment. So we wish to know ukuthi, since Nanguno General Lieutenant Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi has dropped a bombshell recently, exposing all the discrepancies that are taking place within the leadership, Uguti, what is it this movement intends Uguishinja so that we can start seeing a change? Ngoba tina we have high hopes ukuthi this movement is going to bring about change. So sicela ukuzwa kunini ukuthi nisiphatheleni. Siyabonga kakhulu to be part of this, and siyafisa ukuthi iphambili movement. Amandla.
Siyabonga kakhulu babumngadi. Ngicabanga ukuthi siqedile okwamanje the site, but I was worried because I saw only one woman raising the concern. Let us move Comrade National Mobilizer to this side. Sizohamba sigcine, I want the hands here till here to this side, then we'll come to this part. I'm coming to you, comrades. Let us move here. Let me note number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and the last one. Here's number 1, Comrade Goke. Singakhohlwa ihlobo zami, you introduce yourself, igama nesibongo nokuthi ubuya kweyiphi indawo bese uyas address.
Ngibingelele kubaholi bethu abangaphambili. Ngiyathokoza ngiyachobeka. Dokotela uNgubane lo from Uguti Street, Ward 17, which is Melwood and Marburg. Ngifisa lapha abaholi as Mayibuye ukuthi umhlonishwa uthi ucela ukwazi ukuthi ungayivula ni Mayibuye. Already sithi yes. Ngithe ngibuye eGoli kwabe kuthathwa umsebenzi bengwenza ngoba ngibonakala ku YouTube. Sofa la ufa khona ngani yami. We are saying kuMayibuye ene besicela ukuthi as traditional healers and the pastors umfundisi lapha ubekile lapha siku Interfaith ngiku legislature ku Interfaith as the pastors nama traditional healers siyabizwa sizohlala nje siphiwe ikhwama masesigoduka silanda abantu bethu ba mobilize benze everything. We wish Mayibuye to recognize pastors. How babuzondo sicela lapha uMayibuye ama rehab centers azama ukuthi a revive ama rehab center. I believe ukuthi ama rehab centers if enga revive ama rehab centers asebenziswe o abafundisi nathi thina baka spiritual izangoma baka spiritual nezangoma ngoba siyazi ukuthi lapha ya ekutheni ingane zethu siphinde kube khona no GBV nezinye izinto ezimsangano njengani iqamba manga ngempela kodwa thina sibe sibona ukuthi amanga lawa babuzondo uyayibona lonto. So singakwazi ukusiza lapho abafundisi nabo holistic. When I'm saying pastors I mean Muslim, wonke ama pastors abakhona we can do change lapha kuma rehab. I believe in that. Ningasithathi lo nisibiza nisibeka lapha njengalapha ikabani ukuthi ngagogo noma angana mngamkhulu mikaba sengikhohliwe yabona. Ya sicela lokho nje ukuthi Mayibuye please iza uzosebenzisana nathi sizandla zethu sezivulekile. Then bese kuzothi ama care centers njengoba kade nihambile manje nobheka ingane. Ama care centers they need spiritual and ama care centers they need healing process babuzona. Ayidingi healing process because niyathatha izingane lapha nisifake kuma care center izingane lapha zi traumatized kodwa uyabona ukuthi le ngane cha kukhona ledlozi elingazange lize libalance kahle okanye kukhona la ekudinga khona ukuthi umfundisi. What I'm trying to say, you need us as spiritual, you need us as pastors. When I'm talking about pastors I'm talking about all of us as spiritual leaders. Thank you so much.
Ngiyabonga ngicela ukubingelela ubuholi benational nobe province nabefundisi bonke kanye nomphakathi wonke weMayibuye kakhulukazi upresident wami la ngaphambi kwami ubaba uShivambo jabula kakhulu ukumbona ma comrades besigijima naye lapha eRichmond so beka ikhansela lapha skijima ema position. I'm very happy to see you president. So we are here now. We didn't think by this time but we are here and thank you very much president. Ngiyabona nomakhabazela ngiyabonga bengikwi region nje la siqhamuka khona Moses Mabhida region. So we are here. So into ebengifisa ukuyigcila kuyona mina engiworried ngayo. Yeah.
Ngicabanga waziwa yimi igama.
yebo ngiyaxolisa mina nguJethro umsa wakhe wakwajili eRichmond kwa Ward 6 isub region yakhona iward nginezinto la ziningi kodwa ngizozama ukuthatha nje izimbalwa ezibalekile ngiworried mina kakhulu ngenselelo ezibhekene nayo ngqo imayibuye consultative process esikuyona njengamanje okufanele ukuthi as volunteers senze sure ukuthi iownwa abantu le mayibuye ithandwa abantu si instill enhlizweni zabantu almost every day so ngiyafisa ukuthi yize kwesinye isikhathi ezinye izinto fanele uzikhulume noma zingakwenza ube popular they can make you unpopular sometimes but they are important if we mean we have to build this movement siyawadinga TG ama resources siyawadinga ama resources if ngingenza nje enye yama scenarios we've been mobilizing for this meeting here 2 weeks ago because we don't have horses that we will ride to go direct to the people. We have been operating ngama phones. So those who have enough resources sonke lesisikhathi lezintsukwana bebehamba they were riding horses direct to the people to cancel le meeting ukuthi bangajoyini le meeting. So abantu abanjengathi who are unemployed we have enough time to wake up every day siye kubantu siyosebenza ukuthi ikhule ngokusheshsha sibuyisa abantu lapha la beduke khona so siyawadinga ama resources kungabe ama banners like this sikwazi ukuthi sibe visible kubantu uma sikhuluma ngelokhuzana because at the moment we don't have ama resources to show up ukuthi we are here now so ke siyacela leadership ukuthi awabe available ama resources ukuthi sikwazi ukusebenza because we have enough time asisebenzi nama comrades ala anesikhathi but we need to have a means of doing umsebenzi so ke ngifisa ukusho la ukuthi eRichmond uzokhumbula upresident kwathashwa into yama transformers lapha lawo ma transformers kuyacaca ukuthi lapha kulela khaya isikhamba kakulona wayeyisebenza upresident uShivambu kodwa mase sebhekele bayifele ngamathi kuthiwa hayi yakhe lonto uzobuya uyozibonela yena twenze njani because akekho noyedwa ubuye what revisit lawa ama problems aleya community and if sikhuluma ngemayibuye manje those comrades from that party they are saying no your president Shivambu ran away with the money to install your transformers and then net bridge as well we will recall president indaba ye bridge eRichmond so siyacela ukuthi kube khona intervention to resolve around those issues because siyathola ukuthi abantu banenkinga so ke bengathi mina okubalekile we were worried ukuthi si kunabantu abaningi akufanele ngabe they are here today but ngenxa yokuthi sesinesilwane esisha esisuka kusona esilimaza le vehicle esiqalile so sinema challenges ukuthi we need those strategies to wake up or programs that we will work on at least every day when we wake up. Thank you very much. Amandla. Mayibuye. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu Jetro. Comment number 3.
Angibonge ngibingelele ubuholi bukazwelonke uVusumuzi Gasa lo khona la eMgungundlovu eMsunduzi ku Ward 4 le kwaShange mhlawumbe ngiqale ngawo umbuzo ukuthi siyayidinga ini movement entsha hayi sicacile sivuma ngo siyayidinga ngikusho lokho based ekutheni sinama political parties baye bathi more than 56 mawucabanga mase bes blackmail abethi nifuna ukusplit ivote abantu abamnyama wonke ahlulekile ngicabanga ukuthi wonke lama political parties afomeka i-struggle kwakuse apartheid abanye babambela lapha emsileni but kuhle manje mangibuka i-struggle akuseyona apartheid as such i-struggle sesi within ourselves now sesivuka kuseni umuntu avula iqembu athi uzosikhulula kanti uzosigcinezela more mhlamba ngidlule sikhulume ngecharacter ye movement esifisayo ngibonge convener national convener mawichaza ukuthi i movement izoba ne political party ezo contesta because masikhuluma nge movement ibroad kuningi okungenaso kufaka nokunye ngoba nama unions nawo siyawadinga amasha hayi lawa khona ama political parties mhlambe okubalekile icharacter kube ukuthi lehlala isho u convener ungakhuluma amanga tell no lies si expose corruption at all times ngikusho lokho corruption ngoba lemsunduzi la sikhona I'm happy ukuthi I scientific politics yakho we have said ukuthi uMgungundlovu awuna leadership ikamazenzele nje futhi akhukazi lemsunduzi angikaze ngibone umasipala ikamazenzele ngisho opposition ekhona ithuli ithenya kodwa awukwazi ukukhuluma kunespoon emlonyeni ngithinte nendaba yokuthi nakuyona organization esizoba nayo bafuthi siyacela lento yokujaha ikhundla kuba ngikhundla iyasilimaza because sifuna into ezoshintsha impilo zethu nabantwana bethu ma ufuna okuzoshintsha impilo yakho nomndeni wakho ayiyakulawa vela khona agudi ke kuleyo thina sifuna ezoshintsha eyabantu esihlala nabo kungabi khona umakhelwane ozolalela mbile kodwa sine organization and you are calling yourself a leader ngifisa futhi icharacter yakhona kube ukuthi ibuyele kubantu ngize ngithi mhlambe mangabe senihlangene senikwenzeka anovumelana anobeka lento ekuthiwa ama monthly consultations njalo kube nomgomo ukuthi akubuyelwe kubantu on a monthly basis siyozo bafunani ngoba akufunakala imisebenzi le yesingisa bathi kwipolitiki democratic centralization befuna ukunithathela inqumo ngento eningazazi mningi imphakathi inamaholo inezinto ezithile ezafakwa umphakathi ongazidingi kodwa ngoba wafuna kuvula kupotsho okuphuma kwemali lo project yabekwa namhlanje awaqediwe ama project kanjalo ngidlule ngithinte le ukuthi siyacela i-movement le ifocus kakhulu ekutheni i-beneficiation angisho mhlawumbe ngokululana ukuthi ama resources ezwe lethu i-raw material enough ukuthi ngasondla sonke take ama lessons eBurkina Faso asingavumi ukuthi into zethu yebo sophila emhlabeni othinta amazwe omhlaba kodwa ama leaders ethu awezwe ngathi ukuthi sifuna kwenzekene ezweni asingezwa ngeEurope. We are an African country, we've got ama African problems, we need ama African solutions, not European solutions. Sengihlala phansi ngizothinta le engithinta kakhulu education system yethu. Engiyacela i-movement ibheke ngoba le system esikuyona yakhe ifuna ukwakha ama peasants acelayo akusiyona ethu isakho ukuthi siqhwebhane nje basiqhwebhana yenziwa isystem bese uzibuza ukuthi sithi uhulumeni wethu kodwa mawutha wakhe isystem education ngoba umgogodla wezwe kodwa uconsulta unika abantu ababegcinezela ukuthi abadecide ngeeducation system yeni kanjani it's because I was trusted team singakwazi ukudecide ngiyazi ukuthi ingane ikhuliswa kanjani an African way not a European way that is why today sivike ingane emaklasini zishaya because sithathe into eyenzeke eEurope sayiletha la kanti kube sizikhulisa ngeAfrican way ngaba yikho lento bese kuba issue yama foreigners angifuni ungena kuyona kakhulu ngoba icomplicated but ukhona umthetho eSouth Africa odila nako akimplement umthetho bese eradicator yonke lento engizoyibiza ngokuthi ama mafia cartel akhona kunegama elisetshenziswa limnandi cartel kodwa kuube ezweni lethu bafowethu. It's not what you see mawuvuka ekseni uphume passage kuyabheda sibonge abantu abafana nomkhwanaza ababe nesibindi abanye bethu abangenaso baphumele obala bakuveza ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu comrades. Asiye ku comrade number 4.
Ngiyabingelela ma comrade ngibingelela ubuholi ophezulu ngibingelela abafundisi nabaholi bendabuko ngibingelela nathi sonke njengoba sikhona siMayibuye. Igama lami ngikusazi wakacele ngiqhamuka ka Ward 21 iDindeli kwaMachibisa. I-problem esinayo la mholi sine problem yamanzi ne problem kagesi. Masingathola usizo comrade kule nkinga yamanzi nenkinga kagesi kungaba ngconywana. Khona abantwana engihamba nabo la baka Hot 16 entabeni phezulu kwaDamu sekuphele 5 days bengenamanzi. Leyo message ngithola izolo ukuthi abanawo amanzi for 5 days. It's very painful my comrade. Kubhlungu ngempela. And sekuphele isikhathi singango 2 years bengenagesi. Kwakhishwa itransformer ugesi abanawo ugesi there's no 5 years bengenagesi. It's painful. Kodwa sinabantu abathi balwela abantu sinabantu abathi ba represent abantu ngicela siyimayibuye singabi lama organizations afana nalawo esiphuma kuona ngoba the reason why siphumile kulama organizations is because abangasave ama interest abantu abasebenzela abantu. So siyacela comrade president ukuthi usilekelele if you can have water sibe namanzi abantu abasela ndaba manje ukuthi ngepolitiki endala kwenzekani kwafa abantu ngomhla kabani abantu bakhuluma ilanguage ukuthi basolala sidleni namhlanje. So masiyimayibuye sifika kubantu sizobatshela namhlanje solala sidleni bazoshoyina ama comrade abantu. So bekuyiloko ngiyabonga ama comrade.
Siyabonga kakhulu comrade. Comrade number 5.
No, thank you very much. Igama nguNcedo waKaNgcobo. I come from Mgungundlovu region, Umsunduzi sub-region, Ward 33. Greetings to the national leadership led by the President, Floyd Shivambu. Greetings to the provincial leadership led by the provincial convener. Greetings to all religious leaders. Assalamu alaikum to all our Muslim brothers and sisters. Finally, greetings to all volunteers and ground forces of Mayibuye, Africa. No, Mr. President, we are gathered here under the banner of Mayibuye, not just to talk, but we're here to reclaim our future. We stand in a country where the promises of 1994 have been betrayed by corruption, greed, and cowardice. Today I speak not as an observer, Mr. President, but I speak as a voice for the people who have been forgotten, for the unemployed, and for the landless. Those are the true owners of our nation, Mr. President. For 30 years, Mr. President, we have been patient. For 30 years, we've been fed lies. The ANC government has turned our dreams into a nightmare. Millions remain poor while the few loot. Land is still in the hands of the white minority while our people are still living in squatter camps. Jobs are nowhere to be found, yet the GNU-led government is telling us that there will be job security in the next 5 years. They protect the same neoliberal policies that keep us enslaved into capitalism. Mr. President, I speak here not out of fear, but I want to say we are tired of empty slogans. We need revolutionary action. Mayibuye Africa must be the movement that says it's enough. Land must be returned to the people without apology and without compensation. Mines, banks, minerals must benefit the people and not foreign shareholders. No more begging for crumbs, Mr. President. We want a universal basic income grant now. We will not wait for the GNU's next empty promise. The time for change is today. Mr. President, it's funny because they call us free, yet our economy is still controlled in London, New York, and Brussels. We must reject IMF loans that come with chains. We refuse to be Africa's beggars. BRICS, Mr. President, and the African Continental Free Trade Area must be real African trade and not just talks where we hold conventions, where we spend millions, and still there is no true African trade in Africa. Our resources must build our schools, our hospitals, and not fund European luxuries, Mr. President. Mr. President, we don't want a change in leaders. We want a change in the system. Let communities directly control budgets and not corrupt politicians. Every leader who steals, Mr. President, must be jailed and not just reshuffled to another portfolio. The youth, Mr. President, must be the lead of this resolution. They must not be just remembered when greedy politicians want to emerge in conferences. It is the youth which must take the forefront and not just be leaders that are called upon and handled by e-wallets. Mr. President, I'm going to close. Mayibuye is our movement. We will not be another NGO that is begging for change. We will not be another political party that is selling false hope. We are the storm, Mr. President, that will sweep away the thieves, the cowards, and the sellouts. Mr. President, from Cape to Cairo, Africa will be free.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Sengizomuvela kule site elingale ngasekugcineni. Kulabo abasemakhaya, to those who's watching us from home, listening from our social medias and live streams, they can deposit their questions and suggestions to our WhatsApp number 078-439-9052. Laba basibona einkundleni zokuxhumana, they must use 078-439-9052. I'm coming to the site now. Yeah, no, it's fine, comrade. You're
going now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11. You know why? There is a lot of women this side, so I don't like to suppress them. Yes, that is why, Comrade President, I'm allowing them to speak. Then you can start to number 1 up to Comrade number 11. Here's 1 and 2.
Angibingelele leadership yonke ehleli ngaphambili. Ngiyabingelela ku President. Okhulumayo ngubaba uMkhize, umfundisi ilusa umsebenzi kaNkuluNkulu ku Ward 11, ilusa umsebenzi kaNkuluNkulu ku Ward 11, kepha ngokuhlala ngiku Ward 36. Siyajabula nje President mntanami ukukubona and esihamba nawe. Kade ngicabanga nje izolo ukuthi ngeke ngasebenzisa lamazwi ngingedwa kodwa ngiziphendula. ngithi benze kahle bakuxosha ukuze ufike la kithi yabona ngoba ukuba baxoshana ngabo sahlelo dakeni lamanga ngeke ngikuphawule lokho njalo uma ngikhuluma ukuthi baba buhlungu kakhulu ezinhlizweni zethu ngithi ngimdala ngimngaka esengikhulile ngagcina ukuntshontsha ngintshontsha ushukela ugogo engifaka uswazi ngagcina ukuntshontsha mase ngithi ngimdala ngimngaka phakathi eRoyal Hotel kusukuma indoda izothi singamasela nina befundisi obani abefundisi abamasela kwangithinta kakhulu enhlizweni yami wawungakafiki ke wepresident ufika nje wena sesibizwa ngamasela siyahuqa nje sesihambele eceleni kwangihlaba kakhulu enhlizweni yami lokho kodwa ke siyaxolela njengabefundisi wathi ubaba uMadiba actually will forgive them but will never forget and asikhohliwe kodwa kona sibaxolela Nkosi yami sibaxolela okungihluphayo ke ukuthi ke ngake ngakubuza futhi la uKwaZulu Natal uhamba phambili nethenenza ama consultation ngaphandle uKwaZulu Natal leadership le yabisibizile sila izoxoxa nathi futhi kanje yayikhona leadership yethu le ngawubuza futhi lo mbuzo ngathi ngoba kade zazi sinetha ninga isiqiniseko sokuthi nina ngeke nisiphoxe sikuphi la ngoba siphoxekile baba siphoxekile impela saphoxeka le wagogo saphoxeka lapha eduzane kwaseceleni ukuthi siyacela ningasiphoxi mntanami uze ungasiphoxi neleadership yakho sikuthembile siyawazi amagalelo akho sikubonile nalombuzo othi i-movement ivulwe yini sabe somela ukhetha hayikhona leyo ayidinga ukutolikwa ayo ayivulwe one nizokwenza njani ngama railways lines i-system i-railway transport ngoba inje ongazi uhambe eziteshini ezindala ezazikhona kumitimela ezindala ezimile ojantshi kumile iziteshi ziwohlokile ongazi uxoxa yonke lo nsimbi ihambi yothengisa ibigayo yenze enye into ngaphuma enhle into le nenze njani our cities aphelile uyazi our cities ingcono nalapha engilahla khona udoti kwami kunama cities ethu indlela ayiyona namhlanje and nithini nina nizosenzelana ama drugs adayiselwa abantwana bethu futhi adayiselwa zikhulu ngike nje ngaba nocwaningo oluncane olwangasese khona lapha eMaritzburg angikhuphuka lapha ngase station ngabiza babili abathathu ngakhuluma nabo ngathola ukuthi bobathathu bangixwayisa ukuthi babiyeke lento yenzayo ngoba lokhu kudayiswa ama politicians esiwaziyo adumile iwona afaka ama drugs la endaweni yakithi ophoyisa Sorenso nje wafa nje ingwenxa wayibuza lo mbuzo oyibuzayo nithini nge-food security saza salapha nithini ngayo i-staple food sethu impuphu yazi yabiza zaze zabiza izinto ezokudla okusanhlamvu ubhontshisi i-staple food sethu istamp kwaze kwabiza siyodlani na ama silos lawa alayisha ukudla ikhona lapha eGreytown iphethwe kuthiwa amabhunu babeyivala bathi asafuna ukudla basafuna ukudla mawukhuphuka uyalewe dule villas nansi amanye ngapha eceleni komgaqo abasafuna ukudla ngoba bemekuvalile bakuvalile iyoba nini eyethe kahulumeni ama silos lapho kugcinwa khona ukudla kwethu ukudla siyagcinelwa abantu abanganendaba nathi infrastructure churches sinamasonto esikhonzelwa kuwo izindlu esizakhele thina ngodanariya abaphuma ezalukwazinze empesheni sesifuna imigaqo ke eyakhona ayikho ikhansela nje what level la ngitshela kahle la umgaqo awukho emthethweni sihamba lapha mekelana malekelana amasonto amaningi abakwazi ukungena senginamabhuzu ami njengabashiya kamakhelwane engifike ngigqoke wona bese ngikwazi ukuhamba emgaqweni ngihambe ngiyongena esontweni ukhona indawo eWard 5 phezulu le ngaphezulu kuthiwa ikamnyando khona abazala nesikhonza nabo abalapho ngifike lapha ngino almost 10 years manje for ibandla lapha for 5 years manje or 6 years ugesi uhamba njalo ngo5 njalo sekuze kwangena egazini kubona njalo ngo5 ubuye ngo9 ebusuku sekuze kwangena egazini nje ukuthi hayi phela usuzohamba ugesi phuthumani bo gijimani yabona okuhluphayo kuningi nengicela nje okukodwa ngizwana ngene embusweni futhi uzongena masinyana yabona uzongena masinyana uzoba president masinyana ayithi khuluma umfundisi uzoba president masinyana I'm telling you uma nama yalonjwa maduze kuzobizwa ama elections asheshayo general elections ama locals ngase singafiki kuwo ngoba sidlali thina thula wena uzobona sithi ngingithi uma usungenele embusweni nonke nangena embusweni nawuphatha umbuso ngicela thina njengamaZulu lapha kwaZulu Natal sifuna kuphenduleke ukuthi kwenzekani esilweni lapha ya eChief Abedithule Hospital kwenzekani sifuna impendulo ukuthi kwenzekani kumhlokombani ovukudla amadoda kwenzekani futhi kwenziwa yini sayifuna lo mpendulo sifuna ukwazi aba involved sifuna ukubabona bevela obala baboshwe ngoba kukhona ukuthi kwenzekani abanye bakazi ukuthi kwenzekani manje sibhekele lokho siyajabula thina njengomphakathi wamaZulu siyajabula kakhulu futhi ngathi ngiqale leyo nje mase nibheke kuma election sonivotela no sonke sonivotela yes napha abantu bezonombuzo oqinileyo ukuze sikwazi ukuyibamba lento ikufisela inhlanhla ke maseke uphethe ngoba uzophatha maduze uzophatha kusho umprofeti uzophatha maduze uzophatha siyabonga
Twabe siyabonga kakhulu Ngonesi
umuntu akabingelele ubuholi be-national sibingelele ubuholi be-province nobuholi be-region lo khulumayo usenzwa kakhoza ngemgungundlovu eWard 18 cha akukuningi ke engithi angize nakho okubalekile ukuthi cha siyalicela ilento iqembu libe khona engizodlula nje kukona kancane into ethinta isimo sezempilo eSouth Africa uma uthi uyabheka izibhedlela zikahulumeni nama clinics sinenkinga enkulu lapha ya uma ungene khona uyabotha kuyona indawo efanele ngabe ihlala abantu le and uma usungenileke sekunjalo ufika uphinde uthola ukuthi bathi staff asikho siyashota sicela ukuthi Mayibuye isilungise leyo nto ngoba amanesi nqwaba batraina unyaka nonyaka kodwa kuthiwa lapha yana bashotelwa istaff kuphinde isimo sodokotela ufika ngo7 ntambama uze ubone ngo10 ngakusasa ngenxa ukuthi bethi odokotela bekho kodwa odokotela siyababona bephiketha la bethi abanamsebenzi eSouth Africa. So isimo ke esinye esicela ukuthi iMayibuye isibhekele sona salokushoda kwemedication ezibhedlela. Uma ufika esibhedlela uyaphuma unikezwe iPanado. Lento imithi yalento ekuphethe bekuthola ayitholakali ngaphakathi esibhedlela. Isimo sabantu abaphethwe yicancer la uthola ukuthi abantu balinda kuze kuphele inyanga eziyisithupha belinda ukuya kwechemo. Siyacela ukuthi silungiselwe leyo into. Ngidluleke lapho ngibuyele kwi-Africa Mayibuye movement. Why ngimention igama layo ingoba ikhuluma ngento yokuthi Africa Mayibuye. Sinenkinga ke la president yokuthi kusukela ngo94 ama claims aphela ngo1998 kwathiwa kuyavalwa ngo2019 ama claims awangabe sabakhona amanye angenayo kuzoqala kusetshenzwe lawa oqala mase kubuye kuzosetshenzwa lawa ke manje asamile umbuzo ami kanjani isystem ibiqhubeka. Sinenkinga yokuthi kune system la president yokuthi akublockwe umhlaba ukuthi ubuyele kubantu. Siyacela ukuthi lama claims okuyiwona ahlezi njengamanje angasetshenzwa awavulwa ama claims abantu asetshenzwe ngoba isizathu salokho kusekhona abantu abalinde ukuclaim umhlaba wabo abakwazi ngoba kuthiwa kuvaliwe. Ngaleyo ndlela into ezothi yenzeka le system yalapha eStellenbosch lokuyiyona econtrola yonke into yase South Africa abafuni nomhlaba wethu lamabhuna aqoqobela umhlaba wethu. Into eyenzakala kumanje labantu abadala okuyibona banomlando womhlaba wobaba omkhulu bayafa bayaphela bayadlula emhlabeni. Kuthi qamba kuthiwa kuyavulwa akasekho umuntu owazi ukuthi kwakuyilaphi la kwakuyikuphi la. Nanokuthi kunabantu njengamanje abahlezi umhlaba abaclaimile umhlaba ongaqhubeki. Siyacela iMayibuye ukuthi ikihambe yoconsulta nalabantu abanama claims amile angasebenzi ukuze labantu bekwazi ukuthi besukume belwele ilungelo labo lokuthi izinto zabo zisetshenzwe. Siphinde futhi siye entweni ethinta wona umhlaba ukuthi into yomhlaba lo mhlaba othola ukuthi ufuna ukuklenywa abantu ubhizi njengamanje ufakwa ama malls ubhizi njengamanje ufakwa lonke uhlobo lama LDP yonke into uyothi uyaqamba uyoclaim umhlaba wakhe nawusakwazi ukuclaim. Yilokho engicela ukuthi iMayibuye ayikisibukele lento yomhlaba uma kuthatha ukuthi kufanele kuyiwe court kuyo agwisha lento yokuthi akuvulwa ama claims abantu akwenzeke. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga comrade. Let's go to comrade number 3.
Ngiyanibingelela nonke umphakathi ngiyabingelela president igama lami nguMakhosazane ngwaKadlamini. I'm from Ward 16 eMbali. I'm a nobody. I know nothing about politics. I'm not affiliated with any party. But what I do know and do understand are my problems. Thina abantu besifazane eswafesayo uma sekufikwa endabeni yomsebenzi. Yes, imsebenzi ayikho, we do understand, but iproblem yami iqala ekuthenini sigugiselwani sibancane uma sifuna imsebenzi. Bangase bazibuza ukuthi ngichaza ukuthini. Lento ka age 35 ichaza ukuthini? Isindaba uma ngabe uso over 35 kuba ukuthi umsebenzi awutholi. I mean lento ayigcini ngokuthi imsebenzi asitholi, egcineni sizoblenywa uma sesithola ama blesser because sidinga imali egcineni. If you are over 35 awusasebenzi, I think wonke umuntu wesifazane ola wonke umuntu wesifazane ola uma sibuka umama uMkhize we like wow this is what we want to look like but asikwazi ukuachieve lokho uma usuna 35 you are regarded as isalukwazi kahle kahle kaHulumeni kahle kahle kamakhehla yasibona ukuthi we are 35 and young besayasithatha because we want to be like her kodwa asakwazi ukwenza lokho ngoba manje uHulumeni usesivimbile mina ngikhuluma nje I'm a social worker by profession but angisaqasheki because sengimdala look at me ngimdala do I look like angeke ngikwazi ukusebenza am I not fit enough ukuthi ngasebenza kodwa uHulumeni uthi angeke ngisakwazi ukusebenza lokho kusho ukuthini ngami nginezingane I've got a mom but lokho kusho ukuthi ke manje sengiyahamba ngiyaka tissue bloss ngithi se kuze nami uma ilale edlile nabantwana bami akube njalo kuze nami kube njalo we are living in a place where yonke into is unfair especially on women not only abantu besifazane abancane ngisho abantu besifazane abadala abantu besifazane abadala uma wami uhola impesheni angisebenzi lokho kusho ukuthi sengimphoxile uma ngoba sengidla imali yakhe ngabe yena udle yami is that fair okay ke ngiyayidla imali yama wami ngiyamhlonipha mhlambe angihluphi mina but omunye uzomkhomba ngoba uyayifuna now we are being blamed for ukuba iyouth engezwa engalaleli noma ethanda abantu besilisa abadala noma abesilisa abancane bathanda omama abadala we want a life for ourselves kodwa uHulumeni uyasivimba uthi mosuna 35 usumdala. There are posts aphumile ka Department of Justice avalwa on a Monday. I was applying there. They made it clear ukuthi if you are over 35 awusakwazi ukuapply. Is that fair? Does that even sound fair? Is that okay? Does it make sense? Sifika kanjani ekubeni bahle njengomama uMkhize if kokuthi uma ngimngaka sekufuneke ngiyofuna umsebenzi kaMesi Soren Song ngomashela amaphindi ngiyofika nini
One, two.
Ngifika nini ekuthenini nami ngirecognize as umuntu wesifazane
One, two.
Can you speak to the mic? So it's being unfair. Can we? I'm not asking for a miracle. I'm not asking ukuthi namhlanje nisumshe umthetho ka over 35 uyashintsha but siyacela akube nje nonyaka zolukhona sibone we are over 35 years sinezathu ezihlukene zokuthi kufika kanjani ukuze ufike ku 35 ungasebenzi mhlawumbe opportunity yokuthi uzokwazi ukuya esikoleni uyithola una 30 you have to go for your course esho ukuthi uzofunda for 4 years obviously uqeda leyo course you are 35 36 then you feel like aseke isidingo salokho abantwana bethu we encouraging them ukuthi bafunde but bafundela ukuyosebenza kuphi uma kukuthi ema positionini ekungena kona ngenwa ngento ethile engengiyibale ngegama it's very sad because abantwana bethu if you look at mina for example mina I've got 5 friends uneducated 5 friends they are more successful than me more successful they've got cars more than me mina ngifundile but why it's because bona babe nasisibindi sokuthi uma kuthiwa khuphula wehlise bakwenza bathola ama positions is that fair Is it fair? Yes, sise nabo bonke abanye bethu abakazimisela ukwenza lokho. Sisamela indaba ukuthi kuphuma ama post se apply but nathi amandla seyasiphelela. We're going to become youth ezoba ne corruption because kwangeke ukuthi ufike emsebenzini ungene ngo corruption and you expect me ukuthi ngenze kahle. Nami ngizoqhubeka i corruption ngoba shuthi iwona umshika shike kusetshenzwa ngawo lo. So the thing iqala ekuthenini youth ayihlonishwe. Respect us so we can respect you. Listen to us so we can listen to you. Take our needs seriously so that we take your needs seriously. Because ngisho uvula political party, whether we like it or not, kunama benefits ubabchivamba zowathola. Yes, respectfully so. But asinankinga nalokho, but kuyoba inkinga uma kuukuthi yena usedla yedwa sina sadli. Asidleni sonke makuthi kuyadliwa. Makuthi kulanjiwa silambeni sonke. It's only fair.
Thank you, comrade.
This is a business. At the end of the day, this is a business. Whether we see Aishon Peace or Noma Sibega, it is a business. But let it be a business. Eti tata naming tat. Please. Thank you.
Siyabonga comrade. Let's go to comrade number 4.
Igama lami Sibongiseni Umdlalose. Phuma wa 23 Ashdown. Angibingelele nje umphakathi wonke. Ukhona phakathi kwethu ngongondlovu wonke. Ngibingelele leadership. Inama point nje awu 5. Lokuqala ngibingelele ngokukhethekile leadership yethu mongameli Floyd. Ipoint lokuqala bengifisa ukuthi mongameli usilekelele ngalo. I-Constitution umthetho sekelo wezwe lethu uwona oyingxenye enkulu ukucindezeleka abantu abamnyama. Izathu ukuthi ngisho lokho ukuthi vele le Constitution ikhona ngoba ibikwa ngamagama esingithi kuthiwa it's a compromise constitution. Kodwa kule compromise abantu abacompromise abantu abamnyama kule Constitution. Okusho ukuthi kuze kube khona ushintsho olungenzeka la eSouth Africa kumele ukuthi kuqala kushintshe iConstitution. Maningi ke amaphuzu akhona lapha kodwa ngicela ukukhethe lodwa. Kuwona le Constitution yethu ithi South Africa belongs to all who live on it. Ngihamba amazwe amaningi mongameli ngirepresenta youth. Bafike bangibuza umuzo wodwa ukuthi nina nizwe njani eningenayo ownership as citizens. Emhlabeni wonke we are the only country in the whole world. As citizens of South Africa, we don't own our own country as citizens. Ya generals who are all. Who is all? Ingakho kunale nkinga ekhona. Idalwe yini ile Constitution. Uzofika uphuma le eSpain. Athi nami it's my country. Yenzwa ngamabomu ngoba vele yiba abantshontsha bafuna ukuthi nabo ba recognize manje legally ngokomthetho ukuthi they own South Africa. Iphuzu lami lokuqala lo mongameli ngifisa ukuthi ilibukele eduze. Ayichitshiyelo yandawo leyana. Shintsho. Citizens of this country should own this country. Full stop. Iphuzu lesibili. Indaba yomhlaba mongameli. The struggle is all about land. Ngizolihlanganisa nolomnotho, umhlaba nomnotho. Umhlaba la wathathwa emakhosini. Wathathwa emakhosini. Umhlaba wathathwa emakhosini. Wathathwa emakhosini umhlaba. Amakhosi ayengekho kwikhodesa. Khona indaba yomhlaba. Awamenywanga. Mhlawumbe ayezozwa kuba emenyiwe awamenywanga. So zazi khona izathu ukuthi bangawamenyi. So amakhosi don't sign for this constitution. Uzumhlaba amakhosi ubuyele emakhosini to the rightful owners of the land. Ingisayo iphuzu lami lesithathu mongameli. Lento iyona esedala lezi inkinga esinazo. Kulomhlaba okhulunywa ngawo owathathwa kuthina njengendle emnyama. Kwathathwa 100% umhlaba onama minerals. Omuhle ona wonke ongaphansi. Wathathwa. Njoba kuthiwa nje kuthiwa babe own 90% of the land. No, it's 100% of all mineral lands. Sashiya pithina emhlabeni ngenalutho. So lento le kumele ukuthi ibukele eduze mongameli ibukele eduze ngoba isikhathi esithanda ukushaya manje. Kumele ukuthi ibukele eduze mongameli ukuthi cha asike sihlale phansi nabanikazi bomhlaba ngapha. Ngoba kwazi ukuthi ontshontshe umhlaba ayonegotiate nomuntu ongenamhlaba akwazi. So ephuzini lesithathu mongameli siyacela lento ye political education kubantu abasha is sensitive kakhulu. Abantu abasha manje abanalo ulwazi oningi, abanabo abantu abazobalekelela ngokuthi bafundiseke kulezi zinto lezi sikhuluma ngazo. Siyacela ukuthi uwavule amasango kube nenhlaka nenhlelo ukuthi i-political education yabantu abasha ibe khona. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Let's go to comrade number 5. Comrade number 5. Thank you.
Ngithatha ithuba ngibonge uJabu Mnculwane igama lami. Ngu director kule institution engikuyona for iminyaka u25. My point ngijabule kakhulu because ithinto yenu, it's a consultation process, and the program director, when you started in the morning, you said we must speak out, feel free to speak. And I'm feeling free to speak here. No fear, no favor. The first point I would like to put forward, Comrade Floyd, is that the mistake of many people, myself included, we jump first and want to function together without first and foremost learn how to relate, then function together. I think the biggest mistake where we come from is this drive of functioning together. That's what even our children are doing. They want to function together. They want to sleep and have sex together. That is functioning together. After that sex exercise, you find that you don't even love this person. This person doesn't fit what you stand for. So now, movement, my warning is that, please, ladies and gentlemen, I'm 65 years old, but I look very young. Listen, be very careful. This functioning together without relating, getting to know one another, we're still going to mess up ourselves again. That was an introduction. My first point is that what type of a movement we want to see? I'm suggesting it must be a movement that will be a type of our old UDF, where we affiliated. If my church wants to be a member of this thing, it must not cease to be a Ndumisweni community church. I remain as one, but we affiliate to a movement. Then it will be really a movement. But you can't say we movement and then sonke fanele sivale iminyango yethu size kwena ngoba hayi kahle bo. So I'm proposing affiliation. We need to affiliate, and then so that we can stand together as a force. Point number 2. Such a movement with such affiliation must seek and stand to preserve our heritage. E.g., like this old prison, which many of us don't even know. This old prison, Uguti. This old prison, Amakawe, Isilo Langalbalele, Kamtimkulu was the first one to be imprisoned here. Isilo Tingsulgatoi was imprisoned here. Inkosi Yagaptelis Umkandumba was imprisoned here and hanged here. Inkosi yakaDlamini la unkosazana Dlamini Zuma phuma khona, Inkosi Miss Coffin Dlamini was imprisoned here and hanged here. But many of us don't know that. Even abofara ababusa njengamanje maya kuba ngathi uyabathuka. Mount, can we preserve this heritage? Abanandaba. A doctor was born in Davidton, Dr. Margaret Mngadi. Maybe it's the second female to graduate as a medical student at Wits University. She was imprisoned here with 300 females in this prison. Inyanga yabo mama namhlanje akekho noyedwa umuntu osho lutho ngoMargaret Mngadi. Only the street named after her, but no one knows who was Margaret Mngadi, a comrade medical doctor who was digging rocks in this prison. What happened? What's happening to the heritage yet? And then number 3, I'm a minister of religion by calling. I'm also a heritage activist. Comrade, I'm very mindful about symbols and emblems that are still promoting the violent past. What are we teaching? I've got 6 grandchildren. If we're still going to carry the apartheid symbols of wars and all that, I've got pretty 6 young children who are looking to me as umkhulu. As a former cadre, I want to part in Funi movement as a part from all the symbols that are promoting war. Point 4, traditional kingship. KZN, until we face injustice, some of the people who are kings currently, like KZN, are not kings. And because in 1994, what happened? In 1994, what happened? We were compromised. Mina, I'm a South African, but who's proudly Ihlubi elihle ligeza ngobisi abofokazi bageza maqhaphozini. Ngihlubi inkosi ulanga libalele. This is very touchy. If you go to your archives, like Peter Maris, get yourself volume 2 of Stewart Archives. Isilo ulanga libalele was raised by my family, the Mngulwanes. We are those who are amabeka nkosi. So when you talk about ulanga libalele, it's very sensitive to me. But this ulanga libalele today is named good Agasisoni Silo. Who can tell historical ulanga libalele better than the Mngulwanes? I'm standing here, I'm representing a family that stood the test of time and died. But their king is referred to Ushiv. Shame Pinoni next to Boxback. My last point. Because there's a difference between a king and a chief. A chief, those were created by Shepston. Let them all go home. And the rightful kings take their place. We want a movement that is going to stand for that. Finally, in our community, we need to build healthy cities and build local assets, talents, and invest in strengthening our NGOs so that our NGOs can take charge of what local government or national government can't do. If we compromise our NGOs, then we have sold the heart of the nation. With these words, ngithi comrade, ukwanda kwaliwa mambuka.
Siyabonga kakhulu comrade, siyabonga baba uMnqolwane. Next comrade. Yes, that one.
I humbly greet all the leaders. Pastor Duncan Hlongwane from Ward 12, which is in Edendale. Ginomphako kumongameli wokuthi the system of this country has to be changed, because the system of this country does not work or favor people of this country. You'll find these NPOs or NGOs helping our people, taking care of our people, yet we have government. So now you'll find them, whenever something happens to you, they will come like flies with cameras, but there is no proper planning of our daily living. So the system of this country has to be changed because it does not work for our people. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu comrade. Next comrade.
Asibingelele. Umfundisi uXaba lo okhulumayo ngiseThekwini, program director, ngizelana with a particular interest yokuthi kuzo engage with a religious leaders. expectation yami yokuqala was that you were going to give us a guide as part of Mayibuye ukuthi how are you planning to engage with the religious sector. The biggest mistakes that all political parties are making is to think that pastors are only capable of praying. They can't engage. And we are tired of that. You gather us for mass mobilization, but angikwazi ukusi-engage. And ibandla, mangithi ibandla ngikhuluma ngesector yonke ye-religion. We are the majority ukudlula all political parties. And I think the most important thing, Comrade Floyd, that you can do is to take the church very seriously. Because if you don't do that, if you don't take the church and traditional leaders seriously, I want to say here now that this thing is not going to work. Because we are the only people that has got masses. And it's high time that churches, we are leading people with different. Where are the gaps in our economy? Where are the gaps? So the first thing, because when you say consultation, I'm expecting, with due respect, Reverend, to come up with a guide policy that will say, this is our approach when it comes to religious. And I'm not happy because this consultation is too broad. And we are not addressing the issues. When I heard the invitation was that we are engaging with religious sectors. We are just speaking about issues here. We are not engaging because we need to shape a policy of Mayibuye that will say, how are we going to deal with our religious leaders or religious sector? The second thing I want to raise is that there must be a language that you are speaking. Because every political party has a language that they are speaking. The language here is a focus. What are the gaps that you are going to fill in terms of economy? Let me make an example. Right now, GDP to ikhulile about 2.5. And its sector, equality GDP currently is agriculture. Yet our school system, somebody touched on school system. Ogoti is fail program director. You can't have a sector that is growing our GDP, and yet at schools we are not there. Agriculture, and it's not something a pronyochwa a country to. Economy to another level. That's the second thing. We need to know why are we here as religious leaders. Not just a gathering. You want to show people that you've got following. It shouldn't be about that, Floyd. I respect you very well. It shouldn't be about coming here and have all these cameras and show the world that you've got following. We want to seriously engage you, sit down with you and talk to you and tell you what is it that you can do with us as a religious sector. Also, we need to understand the economic challenges of our country. You can't just say we are going to sort the economy, but what? Because there are others that are saying the same language. How are you going to be different from what we have heard before? How are you going to deal with issues that have been said for the past 30 years in our country? How are you going to, what is your policy formulation? Where are your policies? Because I was expecting that you will tell us what drives you to say we want to start this organization. We want to engage on that, not on what we can do. We can start a political party. That's the last thing. We want to know what drives you to start that political party. What are the policies? Because as pastors, we need to sit down and say, let's formalize a policy that is going to help pastors in our country. Let's formalize policies that is going to help traditional leadership in our country. Let's formalize policies that are going to help young people. 32% of young people in South Africa are unemployed, which is sad, and we've got issues of trust. Let's try, because wonke umuntu ukhuluma ukuthi uzosiza abantu abasha, but there are not tangible things. These are the things that we can do to change. Nankama gaps enza ukuthi employment of young people ingabi khona. Nankama gaps enza ukuthi abantu abasha babe involved kuma drugs. Nankama gaps akhona enza ukuthi health sector yethu ingafunction. Nankama challenges, and how are we going to address that? Not just talking. We want tangible things that are going to tell us ukuthi uma sidila nama health issues in South Africa, how are we going to deal with that? Because bakono MEC, bakono minister, akona ama organizations. Why then do we need another organization if we are going to say the same language and if we are going to repeat the same things that other people are doing right now? So one of the things that we need to do is to engage. What is it that you can speak differently? But not just speaking, because we are tired of people that are speaking. We want action. We want action. We want to see. But Floyd, if it needs you to go out and get funding, because most of these political parties, government, let's go out and get money. Let's go out and raise funding. And government, let's start doing things now. Let's start doing things now. Some of these issues that people are talking about, find something to do them now, so that people, it's not just a talk, it's action. Because we are sick and tired of people talking. Every talk, I lead pastors. A political party. And raise 300,000, raise 150,000, register. Anyone can do that, but what will make us, because the issue here to Baba is not a political party or a business or an organization. It's how do we change in particular the marginalized. How do we change them? Because how do we bring the pride of a black person back into our country? How do we make sure that South Africa, with the mineral resources, are gone? See our sebenzisa, our pumeli ngaphandle. Most of the resources that we have are processed outside. That's why we can't create employment. And we are held by people, investors that come into our country and control our country. It is high time that we rise as black people in any pen, but it's how do we rise as black people to fight for our real freedom. Amen.
Thank you, comrade. Let's go to comrade number 8.
Program Director, Mr. President, nethimba lakho odokotela bendabuko, ama pastors onke akhona i5fold. Ngiyanibingelela. Ngibonga ithuba igama lami ngumfundisi uNgcobo. Ngikhona la KZN. Ngiyabonga leli thuba elinjenganaleli. Mhlawumbe ngakahambi kakhulu la kweMayibuye.
Which area mfundisi Ngcobo?
Ngicela ukubonga nje iMayibuye besine crusade for 7 days endaweni kuyiwadi u91 sababona besondela no blankets ngoba ngianda iumbrella ye movement eqale ngesikhathi sivalelwa amasonto saqala lapha entabeni sasebenza until today. So iwat engihlala kuyona ke ngise unit BB5 ka Ward 17 kule platform bekuthiwa sikhulume nje singesabe cishe mhlawumbe sasocula iculo elilodwa sine crisis kagesi namanzi. Ngihlala eduzane kwe transformer. I-transformer ukukhuluma nje iqiniso elimsulwa angikaze ngizwe iqhuma noma ibasta, kodwa engikwaziyo nengikubonile emva kokuvota siyoqeda 2 years emva kokuvota sivotela inhlangano ngazi noma ngizothi yakamkhulu nami noma ngizothi yakagogo it's whereby sivele sacishelwa khona ilontuzana i-transform it's whereby la sivele sacishelwa khona i-transformer into engiyibonayo njoba la ngihlala khona ubuhlungu engibonayo kunabogogo kunobaba kunomkhulu abaphila ne-insulin i-insulin yinto ekufanele ihlale efrijini ungitshela ukuthini mangabe uzovala ugesi kunabogogo abaphila no chronic. Number 2, isikole engifunde kusona yinto eyayi agent kakhulu leyo uma ngabe kuphele amanzi njoba ngisho nje kuyophela unyaka isikole i-education njengoba ibaluleke kanje isikole asina gesi kanye neqeqebana elithile lomphakathi ngoba bangcono o Dr. Mnculwane nobaba uNonkosi abayazi ipolitiki njoba ade icula mina ngenza itheology kodwa ipolitiki yakulezi insuku bafethu iyasigqilaza. Ipoint lokuqala nje ngimele uward 17 bese ngibuye ngizomela indawo zama clinic ukhona osekhulumile lapha ema-clinic ema-clinic kuchashazwa kakhulu ogogo sicela ukuthi le movement ingenelele ihambe mabe nifuna ukuyiprove lento hamba uye ema-clinic uyihlalise njengomuntu ogulayo esihlaleni ndeni uzobona ukuthi ogogo bacindezeleke kanjani nakwi-GBV kwi-GBV ugogo ushawa indodana yakhe ngempama ahambe athi yokwenza i-protection order bese kuthiwa ugogo akayibhalele yena ngesingisi first of all lokho akazange afunde kuthiwa akabhale ngesingisi baze bamnikeze yona kuthiwa akahambe na yizona zinto njengemayibuye futhi sibonana isidileya uma ngabe nithi nisazoqala inhlangano si ready for inhlangano babuzondo si ready for inhlangano khona izoke ibe ne spring cleaning laba bantu baqashiwe wona umsebenzi ukuthi benze lokho gama protection order ungichazela ukuthini mangabe uzonikeza ugogo umnikeza amaphilisi bese umnikeza imali for 6 months umvalela imali ulokuthi aginqe uyithupha kodwa icorruption idla phela nabona laba bathi akulungiswe ama-email bona laba abathi ugogo akaholile akalinde 6 months kodwa uyawalanda amaphilisi shuthi ngamanye amazwi ufaka ukufa emzimbeni wakhe so kule movement mina ngithi sikhona angikhulumela abantu abaningi mina ngimsebenzela kakhulu ugovernment uyazi ubaba uMnculwane beke kutholakala ukuthi la ku government kufunakala abafundisi I'm a crowd puller yabefundisa akekho umfundisi noyedwa engiyisitha kena kodwa sengiyisitha ngoba sengiqala ukuba tempted mangifaka icathulo zami ezicijile kuthiwa imali ngiyinikezwa ugovernment sengiyitempted mangifaka amasudi ngoba kuthiwa imali yomphakathi uyabona nabo abafundisi abasathanda ukuza ngoba bathi ngidla ngedwa makuphuma amatekisi amathathu eThekwini njengoba sohamba nani la niyakhona kodwa manje sonke phela sibuye sibe mnandi singangeni sithengelwa amanzi engathi siyindluzela kasi so bengithi ngilikhulume lo daba ngiyabonga
siyabonga kakhulu Mapoloba comrade number 9 sesiya ngasekugcineni
angibulise president ne hierarchy yakho yonke
ngizocela simlalele comrade
okay ne hierarchy
benisayiphethe kahle kakhulu kancane nje comrade wami
all right I just want to warn you in fact uxolani mina igama ne uMqombothi Isibongo, the only African with an English Stakazelo, Opia, no Banban, you name them. In the Bible, I'm the pastor from what? 24. Okay. Ndifuna ukuwonisa njengoba ngisho nje from the Bible because that's what I know the best. Kunencwadi ethi John 13 verse 1 to 17. Lapho uJesu awasha khona inyawo zabalandeli bakhe. What does that mean? Wazi ngeke icathulo ngesasikhathi. Ingekho tiyele lapho ehamba khona. Wayehamba oluthuli mzazi ngeke ufune ezicashulo ezicishileyo akhuluma ngazo phasi. Kwakugqokwa imbadada. So inyawo was the dirtiest thing. But now simbona uJesu ehlamba abalandeli bakhe. Meaning you serve to be served, to be served. Ngiyakubona kwenzekayo namhlanje emabandleni amakhulu khona nosofa abakhulu nama bodyguards. I'm not talking about that. Ngikhuluma ngokuthi ukuze abantu bakuseve, baseve, bazokuseva.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Comrade number 10. Comrade number 10. Thank you.
Ngiyabingelela i-leadership yonke nabo bonke abantu abakhona ngaphakathi endlini. Igama lami nguMbali ngakaduma ukuthi Sibongo nginga ward 18. Sengizoba mfishane kakhulu ngoba ubaba useke wayithinta indaba kaGesi. Nathi sinalonke ingagesi okwathi nje maqedwa lezo nkinga zokuvota saphuca itransform esebenzayo. It's been 2 years singena gesi. Besicela ukuthi kuma leaders wonke akangenelele kwi-issue kaGesi kakhulukazi. U-Eskom uyi-red tape enkulu. Every time you try to reach ka-Eskom bazothamba yolanda ikhansela. Lapho uthola ulazi kwakhansela lakho ukuthi lubani hlalaphi. Every time you try to talk to them bazothi phinde emuva. Sewusuke nabantu na umphakathi nazama ukuya ka-Eskom niyozama ukuthi nithole usizo. Uthola ukuthi kuzothiwa hamba yofuna ikhansela. Yet amakhansela they are aware of inkinga esibhekene nazo but alukho usizo esilitholayo. Number 2, ama small businesses ukuthola ifunding akuve ku difficult. Uthola ukuthi you have a small business sinendawo zokutshala sinazo yonke into. But kuzothiwa unamalini wena ukuze sokwazi ukuthi sikunikeze kanjani ngoba I'm trying to build from scratch. How am I supposed to have imali if ukuthi ngenza into engiyisusa phansi? Ama red tapes ajike abe maningi kakhulu uzothola ukuthi abantu abasha bagcina bengena
njengamanje ithini way forward singenza njani ukuze abantu bezosizakala usitshela ukuthi ukhansela yiki into angayikhuluma nathi umasipala yiki into angenzela abantu kusho abafana nathi ukuthi kusho abantu abangavoti eSouth Africa abangena ama rights so siyayidinga inhlangano enjengale engabuyisa ithemba kulabo abantu abalahliwe abangenamnyango siyanokha as ileader la khona kunobhala wakhona endaweni usuku nosuku ngiyanokha ngiyakakhansela bengikuwo room last week sikhuluma indaba yagesi lezi nyokanyoka siyamcela khansela sicela ufakela abantu igubhu endlini ngesikhathi besalindile ke lawo mabhodi ukuthi avuthwe kodwa abakhanyelwe impilo iqhubeke uyeke lezi nyokanyoka lezi othi zibulala ama transformer itransformer edonsayo lapha ihamselana neMidlands isibhedlela okusho ukuthi meyiqhumile le ya transformer kunomphefumulo ozohamba eMidlands because of inyokanyoka khansela iyiphi iway forward ukuze umasipala uhulumeni ezosaveka imali ukuthi itransformer ingabi saqhuma ke sifakele abantu ugesi osemthethweni bawukhokhele ngoba vele nalezo nyokanyoka bayayikhokhela bakhokhela ikhadi lakhe umuntu endlini bathi ayike into esingayenzela impendulo engibuye nayo fanele ngibuyele kubantu ngiyoma kubantu ukuthi uthi ukhansela ayikho into anganenzela yona ihope ayikho endaweni esihleli kuyona ngalowo mzuzu sisendaweni eseduzane kakhulu neThawini kufanele ngabe ibona abantu asigibeli sihlukanisa iStreet imall njengamanje imall yakhiwa abantu basendaweni njengamanje ngihamba ngithi neyouth eyi10 to 12 iyouth yasendaweni okusho ukuthi njengoba izela ayisebenzi kodwa imall iBrookside Mall imall yethu iyakhiwa kuyimanje nansi youth akho ngisho naneyodwa yeyouth abantu balapha endaweni abasebenzayo uN3 uyakhiwa njengamanje usulapha ngakuthina mesiya khansela uthini ngoba uN3 usuzofika ngakuthini uthini ngabantu bethu uthini ngeingane lezi ezihlele kufanele ngabe ziyahamba ziyosebenza athi ayikho into angayikhuluma yena yona into ehlangene nayo ihlangene nabantu baka transport intontoni sizona kwakumophika umnyango ngoba wonke umnyango efanele sinokhe kona fanele sibuyele ekhansela sibuyiselwa ekhansela mesithi siyakama kamasipala wagesi usibuyisela ekhansela sihambanye yokhuluma nokhansela wena lo khansela othi umasipala ngeke usenzele lutho siyalicela kakhulu usizo kule yandawo kakhulu siyalidinga.
Thank you, comrades. Thank you, comrades, for the warm welcome that we received here in KwaZulu-Natal. This is our first consultation in this province, and I believe and I wish all other following consultations we can go successfully and have a considerate audience like this one, because it was the consultation more on the pastors. Before I allow the national leadership to respond to your consent and or to your deposits, to those who are watching at home, I would love to repeat our WhatsApp number where you can send, or to those who never get a chance to talk, they must send their consent to 078 439 9052. 078 439 9052. Ukuyiphatha kahle kwenu ngizocela ukuthi kunezandla ezu2 zabafundisi bami kade be lokhu bengicindezela lapha, then after bona then I will allow the national leadership to respond to their consent.
Thank you so much, Tichi. Sibingelele ku Comrade President, leadership yonke akusekuningi kama unhlakanipho sibonga ngwakaPakis from Ward 21. I'm a fundisi by calling. Ngiphathiswe nje abefundisi nansi into Tichi President ukuthi abefundisi into yabo emnandi ngoba abalidi ngedemocracy kodwa abalida ngetheocracy, meaning into esho umfundisi ayiphikiswa methu umfundisi siyale zonke ziyale. So into ke esicelayo President ile ethi when sekwenziwa ama structures kwi Mayibuye movement siyacela ukuthi abefundisi bameleleke kuma structures azoba khona because kumanye ama political parties abafundisi bebenziwa nje just organization ethize baseceleni econsultwa ngoba sekudingakala ukuthi yo mobilize ingabi khona kuma structures political party because nabo bayakwazi ukupolitika abefundisi njengononkosi kaDesh okugcina sicela ukuthi because the process ye consultation I think Mayibuye iqhamuke ne strategy esingajwayelekile kona wonke ama political parties akhona sicela ingapheli president ibe khona kuzo kuyofika kuma VDs sibe ne VD consultation la khona sizolalela eduzane izinto zabantu bakithi because njengoba sila we are looking at time sibuka futhi at a broader scale kodwa mase ku VD sithola idingo zabantu eduzane zama zogesi amanzi and yonke lento ngiyabonga kakhulu thank you so much
angibingelele mphathi hlelo lo khulumayo unkhululeko Cromwell noFekethe but angisuki kwagogo angisuki samo ngisuka ku Democratic Alliance lapho kade ngiyikhansela for so many years ngisebenza kakhulu no khansela ukhoza futhi khoza esingamakhansela aseThekwini lapho ngisuka khona njengokuthi ngihlezi lo 16 years it's because of I know izimfuno zabantu kihlezi ke ngingakhethanga ukuthi umuphi umuntu amafanele ngisebenze naye kwaqhamuka ke umhlonishwa president wasefuna iqembu emva kokuthi ngibone kudlalwa ngaye lapha yasuka khona now into engizoyicela yokuqala ukuthi masisebenza nabantu sisebenza honestly sekuthi sisebenza honestly into eyenzakalayo akumnandi ukuthi sosebenze wajuluka nanku yaqhamuka iqembu seliyakudampa phansi usuyinhlekisa ke lapho ukuthi lo muntu esimbone Mayibuye nanku manje sesimbona usehamba phansi okokuqala ngizocela ukuthi sibe honest nje ukuthi la sifo umshado isinhlangano mina bengicela ukuthi ngizothi mangifika la kukhona incwadi yokujoyina nayi fanele ngiyibhatale ukuze inhlangano ngoba iphila ngemali inhlangano manje ngikubonanga lokho fanele lana singaqoke ama red shirt like this because sifike sigqoke ikipa zidayiswa lapha sisithenge that money izokwazi ukupromote inhlangano yethu inhlangano ifuna umuntu honest that's the first thing ingicela okwesibili ukuthi as a national structure sibheke indlela manje sekuphathwa ngakhona abantu uhulumeni ophethe bahola abantu o350 siyanyikiselwa kulo 350 mangabe umfowethu engifakele u10 rand noma u20 rand that means angivaleke ngabusakuthola ukuthi ngithola u351 into yenzakala ingenezalukazi ke leyo nto manje ukuthi isalukazi if isithunyelwe imali umntana waso kuzovaleka u2000 wakhe we pension that we must look at those things the government of a national unity is useless to help our people instead of block poverty they create poverty and policy le engenze mina ngazongena la ekhaya kuMayibuye ethi ifuna age of 35 awufanele usufile in terms of government okhona ngicela sistrengthen that policy because yona eyosiza ukutake down uhulumeni lo okhona and sibuke kakhulu ama weaknesses adlule njengokuthi siqhama kule inhlangano siqhama kuzona mina I've been this Democratic Alliance for 16 years ihlala nalabelungu uThoni Lino angikhumbule ngibingelela but ngihlezi naye 16 years ukubingelela nje as a black person now into engicabangayo enengicela niyenze ukuthi nibe honest kuthina as a structure national we are going to work hard because singahlangana la but ekugcineni we must go to VDs in order to promote ourselves anginankinga ke mina nesikhundla wena uzosho ukuthi uyanginika noma unginiki ngifuna mina inhlangano ikhule phela ngiyabonga kakhulu thank you
Sesiyavala just 1 minute
Sanbonani udumelang bakwethu my name is Dr. Katlego Dankenhoti rightly from Johannesburg President ngithi ake ngihambe ngikhulumile kusatswa Gauteng kabe kithola fela. Manje I would like just to say just few words and few lines. First and foremost, I'll just speak on behalf of traditional healers, pastors and all faith healers. To the government of Mayibuye Africa movement, we need Africa movement to Mayibuye Africa movement to recognize African traditional healers as doctors, just like any medical doctor. Because we also go to school and learn about African traditional medicine. For example, we go to initiation school and schools such as Mhlabi Hlangene, School of African Doctors and Healers. We heal and restore people's lives. We also opt to the Mayibuye government, to each and every traditional healer, to get a monthly salary, just like any nurse or doctor. Because we are also healers, and Tina, we heal spiritually, we heal physically. There are other sicknesses of which doctors can't heal. Like, for example, taking this, the prostate cancer. We as traditional healers, we do heal that thing. But it's so difficult for us to get the herbs of which we do use to heal abantu ngazo. But the herbs of which we are using, we normally take them from India. So it's just slim for us to get those kind of herbs. But with the help of the government that's about to emerge and come, I think that thing will probably be possible for us to get. Furthermore, we also need we opt for the Mayibuye government for each and every traditional healer to get the monthly salary for being a traditional healer, because in that way people will be able to visit a healer at any given time without even paying a single cent. And that thing also will make sure that all these scammers of which are hijacking our practice, they will be able to slowly fade away. Because of by so doing or by so saying, if we have a salary that we have as African traditional healers, abantu mabeza kuthina anye ukuthi uzokhokha imali engaka. Because now we are having people from outside the country, of which they are pretending as if they are healers, while they are not. And by so doing, that's where we get many women being molested. Namhlanje umfazi unukubeziwe inyanga angayazi ukuthi isukaphi. Uma eya kuloyo muzi lo muntu akasaziwa ukuthi umuntu wakuphi loyo. So if we can have a salary for each and every healer economism Africa njengodokotela, nokuthi futhi kube nabantu abazocheka ukuthi kunenyanga lapha isebenza kanje na kanje na kanje na kanje. It don't just be ukuthi umuntu uvuka namhlanje kuba inyanga kusasa kasekho sekunomunye futhi kusasa kasekho. But if we can have abantu of which will be able to come and check, inspectors coming to us as African traditional healers, kuzoba noshintsho lozoba khona lozoba khulu eNingizimu Africa. And ngiyacela comrades, let's do away ngokuthanda ukuqela izinto such as ukudla wafiwa, diaparo wafiwa. Uyabona, if we can do that kunalazo yakhona. The issue of us being given things for free iyona nto enza ukuthi government isinikeza ama grants all the time. How can we get 350 grant? Uma ushukela ngokwawo 12.5, how much is it? Impuphu, how much is it? Ujabele 350. I believe that youth year 1976 was more powerful than what we are today, because they were able to fight a government of which was there since 1948. What are we doing? The social media platforms of which we have. And I also beg to the Mayibuye consultation process, Uguti, let us use also the social media influencers to influence abanye abantu about this process. Ngoba we have failed on other parties and all that. We need Mayibuye to come and to emerge in this government. Siyayidinga abantu bayahlupheka, abantu bayakhala, abantu bayalila. Asking abantu each and every day. You can imagine in Johannesburg CBD, even here in Pietermaritzburg, your Durban, you will get more than 200 yabantu abale emgwaqweni. Umthetho uthini ngalokho? Umthetho uthini? But barobala strateng, balale strateng abantu day and night, abantu ama drugs and all that. We need Mayibuye ukuthi ingene ngamandla. President, we believe in you. I believe in you. We believe ukuthi into zokwenzeka. And lastly, the problem of tribalism, bagwethu. Let us try to cut, especially in KZN. I've ministered here before in Ngenkonzo. Ngathithwa kabi ngenxa yokuthi kuthiwa lona uyipeti akusunguzulu. Bakwethu tribalism asibulali. That's why we get abantu of which are not qualified kwi parliament just because of ukhuluma isiZulu but hayi umkhulu baba bamvotela. Lo muntu ake qualified just because of language. So hlala sihlupheka njalo. Akabaphume labantu. Akungena abantu more qualified experience, not an issue ukuthi umZulu asiyena umZulu wakithi wena uyahlupheka ulala emzini yokuthi unamarondo ayi200 ngaphakathi hayi khona.
Siyabonga kakhulu comrades, thanks a lot pastors. Let me take this opportunity to go back to my national leaders as they are coming to respond. I will start with Archbishop Zondo, our chaplain. Mayeza ngicela ucomrade national leader Mpulo abe ready.
Amandla awethu siyabonga. First and foremost, let me just say I thank you very much for welcoming us KwaZulu. And thank you very much for openness and frankness esibenayo la. Futhi no ndaba ezitha ngiyezwa bakhona la. Nabo sesibahloniphile. Siyabonga ukuthi sinizwe, and we really want to say ginina sinizwile. And something must happen about it. I'm just going to give just a short little history. When we ambushed President Shivambo with many messages, and then to say what is it that need to be done. Where are we going to now? And God gave him something that was very brilliant. He said to all of us that were talking to him that if we want to do anything or not to do anything, but let's start first by visiting the people. And I asked the community of South Africa, what is it that they need? What are their concerns? And it reminded me bafundisi ukuthi wake wathi uNkulunkulu ngesinsikhathi ngiyobhala imithetho ezinhlizweni zabo. Ngo-1955 kwaqala noma kwasungula the very same movement ofana nalo okuthi hambani niye ebantwini niyobabuza ukuthi bafuna idemocracy ibe kanjani. We must take over njengabantu abamnyama abafunana. So this is what our president said to us. What he asambeni siyobuza abantu ukuthi bayayifuna yini a political party. Yakhumbula uthe, is there a need for another political party in South Africa? And manengilalele labantu bekhuluma bathi there is a need. Because the question was going to be, if there is no need, why can't we then join the ones that are there? And I remember he even mentioned Tuguti, go 1994 when we voted, how many millions that voted? If I recall, he said it was plus minus 19 million. 19 million people voted in 1994. And then ama vote akona ayehla. Asikaze futhi sikuze kuvote and a half yabantu be South Africa. Abantu abanamalungelo ama right okuvote la South Africa kon manje we are 48 million. But not even the half of it is voting in South Africa. Umbuzo ungaba, what is the cause of that? Then that's when the president then said, it is because all these political parties are not answering the questions, are not meeting the needs of the people, because we come with the a well-prepared menu. Sithi nazi izinto esizonenzela zona. But asibabuzanga laba bantu ukuthi bayayifuna yini lezo zinto esifuna ukubenzela zona. And then pastor ukhulume enye into la yokuthi this consultation must go down to the VDs. Ngoba ama VDs wethu sonke South Africa awafani. And even the needs of our areas, they are not the same. Noma uhamba uyokwenza a manifesto. For example, one day we were in one of the meetings, people said in Eastern Cape and in Johannesburg, your manifesto may not be the same. Because ngale sifuna ukulima, sifuna ama-tracker, sifuna nan amakhuba and all that. At Joburg, they don't need that. Manje mazonikezana ngento kanje nge-manifesto eyingubo nje yokuthi uzombisa bonke labantu laba ingubo A1, it doesn't serve our people. So lokho ke ikona futhi kwasiphoxelela ukuthi sibone ukubaluleka kokuthi really we need to go and ask the people what is it that they need. And namhlanje masilalela, you are answering those questions. And the second question that the president gave to us, he said, we go out there. If people said yes, then we should ask them what will be the values and the principle that should espouse that. And it's you. It's you. It was not going to be easy since the Lapa says the Petegote, here are the policies, here are the guidelines, here is this. We need to hear first from you. And then umbuzo will start to agati what should distinguish the party from the rest? Language yethu. What is our language? Yini into esikhulumayo. Uma ngabe sifuna iparty lebe different, izoba get yini difference, izoba yini difference. What will be the difference? Ngoba sifuna ukufana nento ebekhona izolo, asifuna ukuba iparty yaleyo nto le. And lembuzo le yile futhi iphendule wena ukuthi umehluko ufuneka la nala. And le party kube kabani kube yethu sonke. And then the last thing, President akayikhuluma, I'm definitely sure as I'm giving you these questions, we are pendulum. The president said how it should be funded. Should we go back to the Western countries? But in Oskelembos mafia, should we go to them? Yes or no? Ifandwe kanjani lento? So any answer yakho konke lokho, it's within us. And ethina singaphendula lembuzo. Bengilalela lapha ihlube elihle malikhuluma. Likhuluma ngomlando. Truly speaking, as we are traveling around South Africa, we have learned anew about the history of South Africa. I even felt that, hi man, all lentole abasifundise yona from 1652 urabish yonke. So we need abantu who will come and help us to rewrite the history of South Africa. I remember I was standing somewhere, somebody was asking me, do you know that the head of this king here, the skull of that head is in London in a museum? And abantu bayahamba emangcwabeni lapha batibona they are going to do the commemoration. Yento engana nekhanda. Ikhanda say overseas. One day we visited somewhere, another king then told he said to us, do you know Guti, the title deed, yes, South Africa, it's overseas. Isn't your best less? So a consultation is crucially important. Or good, you come in there, you let the people talk. Wonke lama police afuneka go nani will deal with that masesizwile ukuthi abantu badingane. The issue ye age, it's a burning issue in this country. Wherever we have gone, kukala ngogesi namanzi, unemployment nama drugs, but this age thing, it's a problem. And now I believe with itimba lelelela together with you, we are going to make sure ukuthi Mayibuye iyokuma izoba ne language mfundisi Xaba, iyoba ne language ethi wonke umuntu la eSouth Africa une right, more especially the South African citizens bane right yokusebenza, bane right yokuthola wonke ama benefits wa this country. And ngicabanga ukuthi ezinye sezinto ke mfowethu ke Xaba sizokwenzeka because you are a part of this. If nobody is recruiting you from today, I'm going to give you a form ube party talent. Mayibuye Africa. Siyabo.
Leader Mpulo. My national leader Mpulo. Oh, here is he.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the President, the officials, the comrades who are gathered here today. President, I'm going to say you are a president. I saw on the social media there was a comrade who said we mustn't call you a president because we are in a consultation processes. But then the society is demanding us to say we must stop with this thing of processing. We must form a political party. You are a president. I saw people who were chance takers trying to attack our president, to say he was being dealt with. There's no one who can deal with our president, intellectually, physically, or otherwise. No one. So, President, we are very fortunate to have you in this region of Umgungundlovu, and we welcome you. This is your home. This is the home of Mayibuye, and Mayibuye is going to flourish in this region. We thank everyone who have been putting the input to say, confirming to other provinces to say we must form a political party. We are going to form a political party which is Africa Mayibuye. It is confirmed by this audience here on your first meeting. President, this audience that you see here is not only the audience of Umgungundlovu, it's only the people who were invited. I challenge you to say you must come back here to say you must bring masses. We are going to bring masses, and we are going to assure you that masses are going to be here. There are people who are saying we are trying to transform people from other political parties to come here. It's not the thing that is happening. People are coming on their own. We have never started to lobby people to come to join us here. So we are very happy to have you, President, on this region. We are very happy for you to come and start the consultation in KZN. I received a call, I think it was the day before last, people are saying, are you sure that is not going to be destabilized? I said, who is going to destabilize the programs of Mayibuye? They said from the political party that we are coming from, I said, they don't have capacity because even they themselves, they are divided in such that they can't even bring 5 people to destabilize us. I'm not coming from that particular party, but I heard the contributions that have been put in place. I'm going to start with the contribution of Ward 17. To say to you, President, we never invited people to say they must come because we mobilize them. There is a pastor who's coming from Ward 17, where I'm coming from. I didn't even know that he's going to come here. But then I asked even the deputy convener of KZN, he gave me his number because I didn't even have his number. The pastor there who spoke about the issue of transformer. The only thing that I knew about that, it was the school that I went to, Igusaselihle. I thought that thing, it was affecting the school. So we were dealing with that issue. We tried to have a solar system for the school. It is being installed as we speak right now. I didn't know that even the community is affected. But then we are going to deal with that issue. There's a school you'll know which is called Izule Sizwe. We installed a borehole as well as a solar system. They don't depend on the municipality in terms of water. They don't depend on the ESCOM in terms of electricity. So we went to Igusaselihle. I went to that school. I matriculated in that school. So we are going to deal with that issue. There's an aunt here who said she's having a problem in terms of going to church or stuff like that. I don't want to be specific about it because I'm going to be having in terms of terminology. We are going to go to her. I said to her, we are going to speak after this gathering so that we can see what we are going. The Africa Mayibuye is about that. We're not going to wait for government. We are going to deal with issues before we are going to government. I always listen to the president. He always emphasized that we are not going to be focusing on winning elections. That thing we are going to do it because it is there in terms of politics. But we must focus on issues that are affecting the communities. So that is what we are going to do as Africa Mayibuye. My friend here, Pastor Pagis, I was joking with him when he was entering here. I said, hey, I didn't know that you were a pastor right now. I knew him, he was in Dotana from Methodist Church before. So we are going to be dealing with all of those issues, President. So President, you must be rest assured. You've got a proper leadership led by Kamashoban in KZN. You must be rest assured. And he and the team of KZN contributed to have this gathering without us. So you must be rest assured that Africa Mayibuye is going to live in all 11 regions of KZN, in all 54 municipalities of South Africa. So what we must do, all of us, there is a guy who is called Nguban. You must go and Google him in TikTok. His TikTok name is Clean Governance. He spoke to the councillors of ANC. He found them sitting at Wimpy. I'm cautioning all of us here because we are leaders, all of us here. He was asking each and every one of them. There was a councillor of Ward 4, Ward 5, 14, 35. At least there are people who knows that. He asked them, the people that you are leading in your words, are they happy about you? They mumbled, all of them. What I mean when I'm saying they mumbled, they said we have $239 VTs of Msundus. There are 44 VTs in Mshwat. There are 27 VTs in Mpofad. I can name them one by one. All of us, we must know our terrain. Because if we don't know our terrain, we are going to be defeated. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade leader. USG wethu mayeseza ngaphambili uhead of president uzobelunga naye SG ubaba Siphephile Mahlaba mayeseza ngaphambili ngalesikhathi walker uhead of president naye uzobalunga at the very same time.
Mayibuye iAfrika Mayibuye iAfrika Viva Msunduzi viva Ayeye Marispek ayeye Tata Mayibuye tata Phakama comrade Floyd phakama Amandla comrade Nyamazane amandla nganibingelela nonke abefundisi ama volunteer awe Mayibuye leadership province leadership yaka national led by comrade Niko Nyamazane Shivambo solichaza ngelinda ukuthi lika Nyamazane lisukaphi lizochazwa akakalamukeli but lizochazwa. So mina nguSiphephile Cyprian Mahlaba wakhona la kwaZulu Natal wazalwa eJozini emkhanya kude ngokuhlala uhlala la eThekwini abaningi bangazi ke umfundisi lo kwathi kulontshwa le yaphathi umkhulu phathi ngathi mina ngifuna abantu abazothandaza sasenza iMoses Mabhida centenary sukuma insizwa yama transform unhlanhla angifunele abefundisi bafike bayinqwaba hayi bafike bathandaza impela mabesuka bahamba ke bayocela umthandazo oqala wale yaphathi wenziwa obaba lapha which were part of that. So not ukuthi njoba sila si wounded or ngoba sila iphutha kulona mistake. We are here because we want to support a vision. We are here because we want to take a revolution. We are here because funa ukukhulula umuntu omnyama hayi ngamanga. Because uma sizoqamba amanga kubantu sithi sobakhulula sibe singabakhululi bese siphakamisa noma bese siphusha izinhloso zethu nabangani bethu nemndeni yethu iphutha ke lela manga into engafuneki. So njoba silana ama comrade nabazalwane kumayibuye ngimzwile umfundisi ekhuluma ngetribalism. Asinayo into ekuthiwa tribalism la kumayibuye. I remember ngesikhathi bemkhupha uComrade uNyamazana. Lot of people that did not believe when I say I'll stand with the Comrade Floyd. They said why? I said because he's the Secretary General of that party. I'm supporting the office. We must support the offices and respect the offices. So not ukuthi ngangidayisa baningi udayisile umahlaba ngidayise bani. I've never sold anyone. I've never sold a revolution. I'm still within a revolution. Yokukhulula abantu abamnyama lene besiqamba amanga okusafanele sixolisele emakhosini nabefundisi. Wasihambile kumakhosi nabefundisi siwanxenxa ukuthi abeze bazosupporta because inkululeko isifikile. Sabafaka lasibafaka khona bahlambalaza amanye amakhosi egqoka amasudu la eMaritzburg akhunyulwa amasudu ngalelo langa. So izinto lezo kusafanele si-honaphe ezabantu. So i-tribalism ayikho. When you look at our national officials alukho ulimi olungekho lungakhulunywa. Eyedwa president ukhuluma ilimi ezu-8. So you can see there's no tribalism. UmZulu, uMxhosa, uMtswane, uMpedi, uMvenda, uMtsonga zonke bonke kumayibuye you are welcome because we are South African. Awunayo passport omZulu, une passport yase South Africa. Then bese kuzoba ile eyama structures khonothe ikakhulukazi youth. Ama structures wethu afaka wonke umuntu ngoba sifuna ukukhula inkunzi sematholeni. So uma singayifaki iyouth yethu manje ingakho namhlanje ama political parties amaningi aswela abaholi because bayeke ukukhulisa. Bayowazi ko baba mase emakhaya ukuthi masumdala kuba khona le ndodana olode uyicija nje ukuthi makwenze uNkulunkulu akuthathe kube yona ezothatha iphathi ekhaya. Nalane ke amabuye senza njalo ama structures wethu ahlanganisa abasha, ahlanganisa omama, ahlanganisa amakhosi, ahlanganisa abefundisi, ahlanganisa inyanga, wonke ama sectors of society are inclusive kuma structures wethu. Nala kwaZulu Natal is going to happen. So ke okwami bekuzonibingelela maybe into efana ngabe ngiqale ngayo ukuxolisa ukufika late ngibusy kunale event eseThekwini ngesonto esibhizi ngayo lesicela kuyona ukuthi ozani kuyona umfundisi ngamunye TG akakutshela ukuthi mina ngizofika nabantu abawu15 ubalungisela amalokhuzana amatekisi. So ngesonto umfundisi nomfundisi nje akachome nje athi mina ngizana ibandla lami siba u15 iTG cela usifakele amandla awethu
sicela ibhasi umfundisi nomfundisi ayi taxi ngicapable ukwakhokhela amabhasi hayi amatekisi eseza umagcwabe okuyena osihola phezulu eqhulwini officeini lika Mongameli umfundisi ngicela ibhasi ilayisha 100 ibhasi.
Amandla Amandla. Amandla. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Would like to recognize and greet with humility the President of Africa, Mayibuye, and would like to acknowledge and greet all the national officials that are here with us. Acknowledge and sincerely greet our religious leaders that are gathered in here. Reason why I am particular, it's because this interface was actually intended for abefundis bodwa, but ke ngoba iMayibuye iAfrica is a home, we could not close doors for the volunteers that had indicated that they've got interest of being part of this consultation. I also would like to acknowledge the presence of the volunteers. I can see that we've got our volunteers in here. They then became an integral part of our engagements. Would like to greet as well and thanks the leadership of the province under the leadership of Imbogodo, Ugamashoban. Thank you very much for preparing this gathering for us here. We know that it's not easy. What makes it not easy is that we are still under the consultation process and we are not funded. This process is not funded by anyone. We are trying, we're scratching and begging and appealing to those that are our sympathizers, are our supporters, and those that believe in us, that believes in the vision of Mayibuye Africa. I note and would like to thank the presence of our comrades from the minority. You are welcomed and we appreciate the fact that you are here with us today. We thank your
and the importance of and the relevance as well of the venue where we are gathered at today here, the old prison where our traditional royal leaders were incarcerated by the system of colonialism and apartheid, were prominent members of the black community was incarcerated for a very long time. It's one of the things which we must never lose touch of, and we must never be detached from, because we can only shape a clear future and way forward if we have a correct and proper understanding of where we come from. We, you know, in my Pastor Kaba, in my short life, I know we have been involved before in formation of a political party. And what we did was to write policies and cardinal pillars, and we said they're non-negotiable. And went to the people and said, no, that is what you take it or leave it. And people did not take it. More than 90% of South Africa said, but where do you get these things from? And they spoke that through ballot. It's not like there is no one who did not know about the policies and the principles of that other organization. Everyone knew about it. Engaged in all forms of theatrics in parliament to gain attention, got the attention, people understood very well. But then they said, but where do you get these things that you are saying should guide all of us? Because you are even saying they're non-negotiable. And of course, it's solid and sound principles, but some of the issues that people were raising was that some of your guys' historical evolution and some of your guys' articulation and consistency on principle, it's not believable. Because you just decide by yourself, and we don't want to make the same mistake. We can easily sit down as a committee, a round table, and all sorts of things, and theorize and come with all sorts of ideas, beautiful ideas. But it will be meaningless if that is not shaped by the perspectives and views of the people. And that is the mistake that the former liberation movement is making in the politics of South Africa. So do you know, in South Africa, one of the most canvassed perspective or vision or program, of course it has got its own limitations ideologically, was the Freedom Charter, which was adopted by a gathering which they referred to as the Congress of the People in 1955 in Gauteng. So the historical records says that there was intense consultations before the Freedom Charter was adopted. And the Freedom Charter was the clarion call that was the uniting perspective of almost all liberation forces for many years, to the extent that a larger component of the national liberation movement was mobilized behind the Freedom Charter. Of course, there can be weaknesses in it, but it was the vision that got to unite everyone else in the struggle for political freedom, which did not translate into anything meaningful. Now, comrades, one of the issues which I'm sure with time we will talk about that much more meaningfully. So the other issue which Comrade Jabu says, he says he is wary of symbols of war like spears and everything else. Like, so you know, of the existing black political parties, in the logo of the African National Congress, there is a spear. In the logo of the Economic Freedom Fighters, there is a spear. In the logo of Mkhonto we Sizwe, there is a spear as well. In the logo of Africa Mayibuye movement, which is not yet finalized, there will be what appears like a spear but is transitioning into a pen. That is now a transition from those that fought for our freedom with spears in a violent way, now to clear ideas, to information, to voting, to higher levels of information and knowledge in the battles that we're fighting for. Because we want to reimagine our struggle for total emancipation through a liberation movement which we say is existing in the 21st century. So Africa Mayibuye movement will represent that transition from all these formations, because even out of the symbolism, even their ideas, their adaptability shows that they are still stuck in the period of fighting with the spear. And in any way, the spear is what got us to be defeated by superior gunpowder which was in the hands of the colonial settlers. So we are taking it to a different level in terms of how it's going to be handled in terms of the issues. We are transitioning in the manner, and the symbolism will represent that as well. And although the main and primary question has been whether we should found a political party, we have already illustrated that a substantial number of responses said we should not form a party, we must form a movement which will have a political party as part of the movement. Meaning that in the whole Africa Mayibuye movement, you will have unions. We already have got the union of Manda Ashu, Workers Union of South Africa. The president of Mausa is here, with thousands, tens and thousands of workers who are organized as community workers under the community workers programs and under the EPWP program. Also, we will permit organizations to join as organizations. And we will persuade some of the existing political parties that are existing at local level that there are certain battles that will need collective effort. For purposes of the immediate objectives, let us consolidate together and fight these battles together. So we will have a movement that has got affiliate membership in a way more or less like the United Democratic Front, which had more than 700 affiliate members, was operating. And of course, that must be guided by common values and common principles as to just what do we represent. What should drive all of us moving forward. And genuinely, that is going to be a product of all these process of engagements and consultations which we are involved in. To the extent that after the consultations in KwaZulu-Natal, we are going to start now working on the People's Charter, on the draft documents. And before they are adopted by a national convention, we will release the draft documents to say to society that this is our summary of your submissions. And there will still be a scope for further submissions to say that you did not articulate this aspect correctly. This is how it should be articulated so that we are able to shape the future together. And it is in the final People's Charter and perspective where we will articulate what we think is the common vision and future and aspirations of the people of South Africa. And we know that our people want to live in peace. They want to live together. They want to have quality jobs without any age restriction. So, that is what government does in almost every aspect as well. Because they know that they don't have any aspirations, they don't have any capacity to create jobs. And then they bring in the age limit to say, those who are above the 35 are not eligible for even not very important government jobs, which is unconstitutional, it's unlawful. You cannot restrict people from working on the basis of the age that they've reached, because all of us need jobs. We have been having discussion with the president of Mawusa that part of the immediate programs that we're going to engage in jointly, because that proposal of 35 years even affects Mawusa workers as well now. We are going to have a program to oppose the age restriction of people who are going to be given jobs in South Africa. We will organize impactful pickets in all departments of labor and municipalities across South Africa to register that jobs must be available for everyone, including those who are above the age of 35. There must never be any restriction that is given in that regard. Now, comrades, one of the issues which sometimes is perhaps under-analyzed is the fact that the private sector in South Africa, capitalists, are the biggest beneficiaries of illegal immigration in South Africa. And one of the comrades, I think it was Vusumuzu, who said that there are laws in South Africa that if you are going to work in South Africa in an area that is not a scarce skills area, you need a work permit, you must be admitted, there must be a process. But the private sector is the one that is absorbing a lot of illegal immigrants, particularly in the retail sector, in the hospitality industry, in agriculture. And why do they do so? It's because when those people want to unionize and organize themselves as unions with workers' rights, they threaten them with the police that we're going to call the police on you. In the farms, during the harvesting periods, an era there in Musina and almost all the border areas, they employ illegal immigrants to come and get involved in harvesting, and when they demand salaries, they call the police on them. So at the center of the proliferation of illegal immigration in South Africa is the private sector that purposefully overlook our people in favor of illegal immigrants. And then, of course, that is coupled with a weak and incapable state that is unable to enforce any law. The fact of the matter, comrades, is that law enforcement in South Africa is collapsing beyond any form of repair. The levels of lawlessness that is occurring in South Africa is just getting out of control. How do you explain that year on year, without reduction for the past 10 years, murder, like killing of people, has been above 27,000 people who are murdered. And the number of people who are murdered is even higher than areas where there are wars. And there is clarity, the state knows where the murder spots are, where the highest levels of murder is in South Africa. They know that here in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, in Inanda and Mlazi, in Kwamashu, and which parts of that where the murder rates are perpetually very high, but there's nothing being done about it. And they know which instruments are being used to kill people in those areas. But there's never been a campaign or program to take those killing instruments from the hands of the people. They know on which areas people are killed every day, but there's never been regulation of the unregulated shebeens and taverns in areas with perpetual high levels of murder rates. Because lawlessness is what obtains in this country, and they seem to protect it in that way. And that is what General Mkhwanazi was raising, to say there have been an escalation of political killings here in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. In response, the SAPS established a political killings task force. And someone goes to say, no, this is not necessary. And there's not even a single political killing case that was resolved in a speedier and much more clearer way as to just what is happening. And before it could be contained, it now spiraled over to traditional and royal leaders. In this province, more than 40 traditional leaders were killed. Why? Because the state of lawlessness. And that is one of the things that the people of South Africa are saying we should come with clear solutions on. It should not be permissible, it must not be overlooked when the capitalist and the private sector employ illegal immigrants. There must be serious consequences, and a responsive and impactful government must be able to curtail that so that we prioritize jobs for our people. But there is a scope in South Africa to could create millions of jobs for everyone. But we have got an unwilling government, an incapable government, a confused government that doesn't want to come with just basic policies and guidelines on how jobs must be created. You know, it's very unfortunate that we have to even make reference, maybe because some of the elder generations will be familiar with. Do you know the apartheid government, when they were trying to decentralize industrial expansion, they were trying to depopulate or to reduce population sizes in the areas which they said are white areas. They passed industrialization policy laws that got homelands to be industrialized to create jobs. Under homelands, there were industries. In Ulundi, in Mandeni, those industries and factories which Inkatha Freedom Party claims were built by the homelands were not built by the homeland, they were subsidized by the apartheid government through some policies they referred to as good hope policies on depopulation of the white areas. But jobs were created even in the townships through industrial policy that said, if you are going to build a factory and employ people where our people are staying, you don't have to pay taxes. It's allowed by government. A government is allowed to do that. And you don't need to pass a new law to drive industrial policy. You don't need to draft a new legislation. Why is it now, in a democratic government, aren't we declaring all our townships, all the rural areas as tax-free zones for all the industrial and labor-absorptive investors who are going to create jobs for our people? Then we'll be guaranteed that there won't be an issue of the crisis of sustainable jobs in our rural areas. But now, there is no one, and there will never be anyone who is going to build any industry in any rural area in any way. There is no reliable water, there is no reliable electricity, there is no reliable infrastructure. All because we do not have responsible government here in South Africa. And that is one of the things that we need to respond to in detail in terms of the policy formulation that we will come up with. And foundationally, we want to assure Abefundisi and all the religious leaders that Mayibuye is going to be, is built on the foundation of respecting all the faith leaders and all the traditional leaders, because those are the people who are in constant interaction and touch with our people. So we're not going to concentrate the organization on trying to breed some professional revolutionaries outside of the current leaders of the people. So at the core of the organization will be those who are already leading the people. They know what are their aspirations, what are their interests. It is not a mistake that even our convener here in the province of KwaZulu-Natal is Bishop Nomusa Kamashwabane Msibi, who is part of the faith community. She has been even in other organizations which are not worth mentioning. Now, comrades, we are fully aware of the dysfunctionality of all the municipalities here. This one of Msunduzi is the most dysfunctional. Like there's an attempt to redemarcate it into a metro, and it will even get worse. And this will require all of us, the people of Msunduzi, to say, what becomes our solution? This will require what was proposed as well, that let us take this process down to our people. Even later on, when the process has been converted into a political party, we must honestly reflect. We must be guided, Pastor Nhlakanipho, by what the people are saying on the ground on a constant basis. You know, you can feel way too powerful and highly sophisticated, but you can never know what are the issues that confront the people every day if you have not listened to them. And the limitation and the crisis of politics in South Africa is political leaders who think that they know what are the aspirations of the people. That is why they are always in a hurry. They arrive in meetings late and they want to leave early, not they're rushing to another meeting. And that will never be the character and nature of Africa Mayibuye movement. So much more practically would encourage all of us that the direction that we are taking is, we will at some stage, we will constitute a political movement which will have a political party whose policies are going to be shaped by the people. So all of us, comrades, there's very good comrades from all the wards here, from Ward 7, from Ward 16. I saw a majority of comrades are from Mbali. We must constitute ourselves into solid structures on the ground that are honest. And we must not obsess ourselves with the activities of other political formations. Mayibuye is not and must never be a minim Kontowe Sizwe. Mayibuye must not and can never be a mini EFF, because if it's a minim Kontowe Sizwe or minim EFF, it's going to be too small. Mayibuye must be above both Kontowe Sizwe and be above the ANC and be above the EFF. So if we treat ourselves as if we are part of those formations, then we are undermining the potential of this movement. It has got huge divine potential. So Mayibuye has got huge divine potential which will all of us realize as and when it grows and move forward. And I heard the Pastor Tolani, when he was giving guidance inconsistent with the scriptures, John 13 verse 1 onward, about servanthood. And when I read further down that chapter, when Jesus Christ was washing the feet of those that he was washing, the disciples, when we got to Simon Peter said, "Are you sure you want to wash my feet?" And the response of Jesus Christ was, "You do not realize now what I'm doing, but later we will understand. I'm sure all of us will understand in the future of what we're busy with. Mayibuye! Yeah, Africa! Mayibuye! Yeah, Africa! Mayibuye! Yeah, Africa! Amanda! Thank you very much, Maguban.
Yolene sale sache, yolene sale sache, sale sache, sale sache, sale sache. Yolene sale se wenya maza, yolene sale, yolene sale sate, yolene. Amanda. Thank you, comrades. Thank you, comrade president, about the nice closure. While we are asking Comrade Pastor Nhlanipo to come forward, preparing for the closure, the announcement is that we've got forms by the door. Oh, sorry. Thanks a lot, Comrade Bishop. We've got forms by the door for volunteers, stroke membership. And again, we've got t-shirts by the door. Those who are not wearing them, they can take one while we are going out after our pastor has closed with a prayer, and the food will be served by the door again, and we will let our leadership to come out first, then we will follow after Pastor Nhlakane.
Asimen ngenyawo zethu sithandaze. Sibongile baba wethu ongcwele, sibongile ngokuhlangana ngalolu hlobo ukuzohlephulelana imicabango yethu esinawo toward this process ye consultation. Sesibuyisela kudumo lonke kuwe nobukhosi bonke ngokuthemba iprocess epheleleyo evela kuwe ukuba lokho sikhulekilele uthemba sikhulekele sibonga egameni lika Jesu. Siyabonga ukuthi sekwenzekile isikhalo sabantwana bakho ususizwile egameni lika Jesu. Let's receive grace. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord cause his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Siebo. Sorry? Food. No, I've already announced about the food. Food will be served outside there by the door. President. Comrades, the forms are out there.